Tux.
Audio transition. We're live.
Hello. Welcome to the bonus where the background music is provided by Sirenscape.
Hang on.
Sponsored by the Murder Coliseum.
Yep, there it goes. Okay, I can see us on Twitch.
Yes, we can. I actually have the stream manager open. I can't, since every time I start trying to do anything with Streamlabs, to maintain the sense of I have control over this thing and I'm not entirely dependent on other people, I have the stream manager open, and so I can like do ad breaks and edit the stream, and I can constantly clip that. You know, since we don't have a person taking 20 clips a minute now.
Yeah, no, you're getting a bit salty today.
It's the holidays. And anyway, welcome to the bonus roll. Today we are playing Los Saturnalia. Welcome to the bonus roll. We are playing Dungeons and Dragons set in Ravnica today. Everyone, introduce your character while I buy time.
Hi everybody, I'm Tux.
All right.
I play Fair the Simic hybrid Simic Ranger of the Simic Combine. And he just won one of the Rakdos games.
People have been
Congratulations.
I have been contacted by no fewer than 2 people about what subclass Simic Ranger is, and if I homebrewed that, by the way. Thank you for that.
Indeed, and for $29.99, you can too.
It's like Ranger, except more tentacles.
Yeah.
I mean,
Or for like maybe 100, you could get a homebrew session from our GM.
let's
Price is pending.
We do have a Patreon where I run games for our Patreon people who do not exist.
Yeah.
Yet.
Which means it's not an
Exist?
untrue
Yeah.
statement. It's just a null case.
This is true.
So the stream manager, or is this about may need to reload, because I am looking at the stream manager and I'm just seeing spinning dots for Zizba.
I am reloading. We're professional. We'll get paid
No, we're
eventually.
not. But I'm a really good DM. Join our Patreon and have a chance to join my monthly, whatchamacallit, Adventures League games.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're doing Rails intro now?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Are we good? Are we clear?
No,
All right.
we are
So,
awful
yeah.
neutral at best.
I am Merle. I play Rail Corvino. He is a human cleric of the Orzhov, whatever the adjective is.
Syndicate?
Orzhov Syndicate, thank you. He is actually secretly a member of the Dimir.
Dimir
hasn't
what?
checked in for quite some time.
Dimir what?
Dimir
House Dimir.
Librarians. House Dimir, thank you.
We love
He
you.
is a cross-class cleric rogue. He is the best dressed man in the room, in any room. He has a devoted bodyguard that he has a massive crush on. He is really not as much of a stuffster as y'all seem to think he is. And he is the group's decisionist, somewhat against his will.
And against ours as well.
So,
I mean, it's the same with his...
That's why it works so well.
so on that note, let's Zizba, tell us about Ingrid.
She is a Golgari shaman, and also needs to check in because she has been told to check in and is trying very resolutely to get them enough vacation days that she can go check in with her guild. And is the Hordes person, so does inventory management.
Alright. I guess that leaves me. I'm Halo. I play Frizz. Super cool, chaos, sorcerer, wild magic, explosions, lighting up a cathedral, and falling on a unicorn several times, and tranquil, visible, yada yada. That was fun. But yeah, I am in the Is It League, and am I still in the Is It League, or do I just prance around with those namesakes? Because I really haven't talked to like anyone from the Is It League in a long while, except for those goblins. I did work for them. Sorry for hurting everyone in the process.
None of y'all are really like, hey, guild, how can we help you?
We were, and then
Hey, Chief
people started
Rogue,
trying to kill
apparently.
us.
Yeah, so I got ordered to get samples, and I
Hey,
didn't
guys,
get
that's about
samples.
pros.
Roleplay, D&D. Hey, everybody.
Not yet. I have more announcements.
More announcements. Hey, everybody. I just did a goof
We
on that.
have officially put the Shadowrun game on hold. For the time being, while I try and fix some narrative issues that came up with it. To replace it, we are going to start a new stream soon with a new member of the bonus cast. Looking forward to that. I'm waiting to hear back from 2 people I emailed to get permission about music and about graphics, because I don't want no copyright strikes.
I mean, they have really pretty graphics we could take some snips of, and I know you really like their music, but we do have system permission, so either way we could go forward with the module.
I mean, we plan on it, but I want to get, like, all my ducks in a row before I start firing at people. I mean, at ducks. Anyway, let's see here now.
Duck Hunt RPG.
We are going to try and stay active during the holidays. Do we have anything going on the 27th? Is that like a major holiday or anything like that?
I don't think so.
I don't, like, Christmas isn't the 27th, right?
No, it's the 25th.
And we'll still be in 2020 on the 27th, right?
Yes.
Alright, so I see no reason why we need to skip next week, unless y'all want to skip next week for some reason. If y'all want to do that, I can understand. I'd be fine with that. But if y'all want to D&D, y'all want to play some D&D?
Let's play some D&D.
Okay.
I'm probably really... Okay. Let me
Background
get up
music.
to the map.
Sirenscape. Memes. Hello, viewers. Okay, let's do this. Y'all left off, it was about 8 p.m. Y'all are in your office. Fairdeer climbed the side of a church and got shot with a bunch of arrows.
Mm-hmm.
Which really he should have known was coming.
I did.
All cheered.
But hey, I was successful in my bid of getting everybody to leave.
So we cheered at you for not falling. I should clarify.
That whole thing may have been a very passive-aggressive attempt of getting everybody to leave. And it was successful.
And
Let's do
the Woo
that in
devotion.
character, not in player. Let's try to do that in character.
Just like the arrows.
You know, Fairdeer, that might have made things a bit more dangerous for us, not less dangerous.
Yeah.
Oh, good show, though.
Yeah. I was
And I
bored.
mean, just saying, I know you were really trying to protect me shooting that person down that didn't score a point anyway, but we could be facing some errand problems now.
Why?
Because that was his best chance at scoring the very first point, and you shot the guy?
No, other people were shooting at the guy. I was just very effective at it. It's clearly in the rules. I got shot.
You did.
Just saying, we might not be the lowest on the radar right now. I should use some other word than radar. We might not be the lowest in people's attention right now.
feel like maybe you're being paranoid.
Is
On the
she
one-
though?
Yeah.
Okay, wait a minute. So, Mr. Let me set the chapel roof on fire is going to
Yeah.
get to
No,
me
no, no, right
Ahead.
now.
about...
Yes, you have a point there.
You drag me into a crowd where people are shooting at other people, and I'm like, you know what, when in Rome. So I do the same. Just happen to be very effective at it.
I mean,
And
you
then-
did seem
I
very
didn't
happy after this.
intentionally.
I think we should talk about that. I
Yeah.
mean, you haven't
I
been
didn't
happy recently,
intentionally.
fair dear.
I was afraid that I've been using my crossbow so much that I was afraid that my skills with the actual bow were atrophying. But luckily, that's not the
I'm
case.
just saying, like, your work hasn't been giving you any hunting missions. You obviously like to go shoot and have combat and things. You're feeling like they're not respecting you as a researcher. I mean, maybe, with the whole feeling music in your soul and uh, wanting to go hang out and show off your prowess, maybe there's something more there? I mean, you seemed very happy yesterday.
I won one of the Rakdos games. We should see if we won the other one too. I
You
think
got
that
the
would be a
first
great
point
advertising.
in one of the games.
Yes, exactly. I think that's good advertising. I'm trying to help market us. Second Sight Agency.
As Rakdos participants.
I didn't wear the colors.
Yeah, that's a bad idea.
Are you sure you don't have more interest than that?
Honest
'Cause I
answer,
think-
I don't remember all my interests. So, it's kind of an exploratory period. I mean, I do like rock climbing, so...
I mean, this whole becoming a low justice again thing has hoops and issues. Like, maybe the part about having murdered someone. So, I mean, you're not happy where you're at, and I really don't want to see you go to jail for a few years just to try to become a low justice again. So, I mean, maybe it's something you should put some thought into.
My thoughts are A, moratorium on pissing off angels. Like,
You like the one we still have a contract on?
I mean, I think we have an understanding now.
We do. We have an understanding that she's going to still kill people and that our contract's going to
Probably.
get shut down.
Probably rail.
Well,
And possibly go after Rail. Oh, I need that necklace back now that you're not her target.
which necklace would that be?
Fair dear, I need the necklace Cathal made me back. And Ingrid puts out her hand to Fair dear.
I was like, I don't remember.
Um,
Necklace.
Out of character, I have no idea what she's talking about.
It's the one non-scrying, so the angel couldn't try to get you scryed on to find you and kill you.
I
You would
may have
pirate
done
it?
an oopsie and not recorded that,
Okay, just say you give it back and then we're
but
good.
I give it back.
Okay then.
I don't feel like I need to give this to Rail, though. He's got a bodyguard.
I do. I should be able to manage.
Yeah. it's- you
And
for
if I
yourself,
did, he
fine.
would just sneak off on his own because he thought he couldn't be scryed on.
Yeah.
So on the church thing, we should probably give it a moment's discussion. We should probably check because we know... Well, Rail doesn't know this because he wasn't there. But we know that Circe said the Rakdos paid a lot for the contract of climbing the church. So we should maybe check in with them on if the damage is covered by that, or if we need to help chip in so that the Orzhov do not want to kill you. That,
Yeah.
I mean, I would
Yeah.
think, we
First question,
probably
do
check
they
in on
know
that.
it was us?
up?
Because if they
Well,
don't
hopefully
know
they
that it
will.
was us, revealing that it was us would not be wise.
I mean, I wasn't disguised. Frizz was blue,
No.
but
It's blue, but yeah. I'm still blue, aren't I?
This is still blue.
I mean, to be fair, he was
Yeah,
really high up.
I mean, yes, but there were a lot of people watching. And then we stayed at the base of the tower, not high up afterwards. Right where
Yeah.
we teleported down
Yeah.
and did not leave the scene. So it is probably known. And
Probably.
that is the guild headquarters of the Orzhov. So,
Rail?
in the interest
think
of
you could- that
Faraday
works?
not being, in the interest of Frizz not either being assassinated or his ghost signed on for 10,000 years of labor, we should probably see, just ask the Rakdos what the contract did cover and find out if there's going to be any fines and things so that Frizz can take care of them.
Yeah. And,
Okay.
you know what? If all things go worse, I didn't really cause that. It just kind of happened. We
Yeah,
can say it. Okay, but hear me out.
Happened.
Probably something to do with the Rakdos, honestly. I might have eaten something that I shouldn't have. It probably was just some sort of curse or something. You know how those are. It's not happening anymore.
I feel like we should be making insight checks.
Make an insight check.
Can I contest with my deception?
You can.
Okay, cool. Then I'm going to contest with my deception.
I'm going to
How
continue
does
cleaning up
a
before-
30 with a nat 20 work?
A lot better than a 3. All the same, you're going to probably be blamed. You were on the scene, and you were seen there, Frizz. We should at least find out. Maybe the damages are covered. Maybe it's all in the contract.
Okay, and hear me out. When
Alright,
a
30
pigeon gets strapped with an electronic malfunction device and sent to a building to drop it off, is it the pigeon's fault that it went to that building, or is it the person whoever made the device?
I don't know. Ziz, why don't you ask one of your pigeons?
I think we should just, check if the damages are covered by the contract. I mean, we can just check back in
Yeah.
and see and kind of get a feel for the situation. I would suggest not going to one of the other ringleaders, maybe just talking to Devotion since we've already know him. That
Couldn't-
seems maybe best.
Rail check that from the Orzhov side?
No, we don't want to know their opinion on the contract. We want to know what's in the contract. Because if we tell them, then it seems like, I mean, obviously Frizz isn't guilty, but it will seem like we're admitting guilt. And the Orzhov are very big on guilt. Let's not get into that just yet.
Yeah, let's definitely not get into that little aspect.
I mean, you don't want to see Frizz be like a ghost having to serve the greater Orzhov guild while his flesh does little loopy things to like bring people food on trays or something.
Excuse me, what?
Yeah, that sounds not fun.
Yeah, thralls. When a person dies,
They're all
and they owe the Orzhov money, their ghost works for the Orzhov, and their corpse gets reanimated as a thrall.
Rail would know this.
Yeah, I'm just not sure what you mean by little loopy things.
Loopy, like flesh drippings,
Loopy,
like
Loopy.
not
Okay.
proper zombies. They're like if zombies didn't have a form and then someone made them into something, but they were kind of ugly.
like a thrall.
Okay, but I thought you said loopy, and I'm like, what the hell? Like corpse spirals or something? I don't know.
I am
Well,
dropping
probably
a grab a
uniformly
thrall.
Make more sense. Gloopy makes more sense. But
It used to be a person.
Actually, it probably used to be several people
Yeah.
with the flesh combined.
That looks like
into
more
an
like a
entity.
flesh golem to me.
That's not
Or an animal. Yeah, basically it's like a flesh golem.
Okay,
They
so
melt it together with magic.
tomorrow we should probably go see Devotion again.
Can we do interviews first?
Yeah, we're gonna do interviews first. And then we should probably find out, if we'd be in trouble for keeping the performing money and stuff like that while we're there.
Yes.
And the whole prison I caught gems. That, yeah.
We actually get through without anybody trying to kill us.
So nice quiet evening.
You can go meet Devotion. I didn't participate in any of that.
Fair, you were
Sure.
shooting the contestants with arrows. Wouldn't you like to know for sure if you were in any trouble?
No, because other people are doing it.
Okay, then you can stay here and work on training the new employees while we go.
Yay. Okay. It's important to bond with your employees.
And not support your teammates by staying in a group so that they don't get murdered by an angel.
See, honestly, officer, everyone was doing it. That's really gonna hold up in court.
Oh, which thing are we worried about holding up in court now? Because there's too many to keep track.
About 9:30, Daldra and
Yeah.
8 other goblins come in carrying 4 fairly large sacks.
Did we win?
Yes.
Good!
It's okay, just, it's off hours. Let them go ahead and check in. And, we don't want to bother Daldra and them off hours. And then Ingrid takes a piece of paper
Should there be
and
a
she writes
celebration?
office hours, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and she puts it on the window.
Is this something I should know about?
No.
I really don't.
No.
No.
Well, as long as you made a good standing for the Second Sight Agency.
Yeah, totally, sure. Yeah. We're gonna go. And they start heading for the stairs.
Hey, we have office hours now. If anyone wants to vote on office hours being different, I'll change it. I just thought, maybe we should have office hours so we can turn people away if we don't want them to come talk to us.
What's the time again on it?
I put 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
9 a.m. to 7 p.m.
No.
Any different votes?
Is the decision is calling a vote?
I
Yeah,
think we
let's
should
make it.
add or by appointment.
Okay.
Excellent point. I
So-
agree with that.
So the current thing we're voting on is if it's 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. or by appointment. Do we want to have a day off, like every 10th day we take off? We're usually pretty busy on 10th days.
I mean, I feel like maybe we should get some input on our employees about their schedule
Okay,
before we...
maybe we'll check in with Cathal tomorrow and vote then? What do you think, Rail?
Say it again?
Maybe we should check in with Cathal before we vote on ours? Well, we can talk to her tomorrow
That's
when
not a
she's
bad idea.
organizing all of us. So we're going to have interviews tomorrow, so everyone already wear what you want to wear before the interview. Frizz, don't worry about why this is a problem. It's been a problem, so.
Okay. Oh, speaking of interviews, what do we do here again?
We,
help
take
the guild pack.
cases.
We assist the
Yeah.
guild pack in
Investigations,
helping
escorts.
Ravnikins.
I like how I heard escorts in the middle of that.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, look,
so
I don't know what Rail
Cathal
does on his off
organizes
hours,
them
but...
for general needs like cats out of trees and stuff. That's what she's told us.
And
And
Mm-hmm.
they go do that, and then we go do whatever it is that we are doing, and we try to make a profit at it.
I mean, technically, we're all part of the same company, so
We haven't actually, had the business meeting so much about what it is we're doing as a business. We after the interviews, we should consider that. We've been putting it on our agenda, find out what we're doing as a business. It's still pending, though.
Okay.
I mean, I think in general, we're just assisting the guild pack and helping Ravnikins where we can, and getting,
Trying to make a profit in it.
I'm glad you know,
To a
Fair
degree.
Dear, because I've been rather confused.
I mean, unfortunately, the one that started this business has gone on to other ventures. So
Well, here's the problem. We know we were given the business as a reward. None of us actually remember that conversation.
I mean,
Still, even
I
after the
guess.
coin keep memory loss issues came back. I mean, none of us theoretically know why we have this business, so maybe that's been part of the barrier to, figuring out what we do.
But,
Okay.
again,
but
we're not all out on the street yet, so that's
I mean,
I mean, I'd hope not. We kind of are rich, I think.
not
Oh yes, by
Really?
normal standards and stuff, I'm holding enough money that I could live on for 2 years right now, just personally.
Add an extra 10 to that.
For 12 years?
Ow.
Well, Ingrid's
I mean-
holding 800.
to qualify that. What do you need to live at this point? You don't need
I mean,
food.
for me, I
You
can
don't
live
need
actually
water.
really cheap. I don't have to eat anymore. So,
Yeah.
but like by normal standards of just living well and working a job, I could go over 2 years right now. And I mean, that's not even counting like the really nice gym I have from Leia, which could be another like 3 years just on its own. It's very nice.
on that
Well, then
note,
I say. I was gonna say
I gotta be
after.
right back. So, I'll keep going.
Well, then, if you've been there for 2 years, I'm sure I have enough for however long. We have plenty of time. Then I say that starting tomorrow, after we hire these new employees, we take a break from the company, just chill, just whatever we feel like. That vacation today was really just eye-opening.
I mean, I do need some vacation time to check in with my guild. I have to go to
Exactly.
the guild hall where I can't take anyone, so it's very hard to travel in a group and go there.
This is
Very
somehow something that I can relate to.
Hey, you've been just inviting random people to go down to the sea with you, Fair Dear. I don't think that's the same thing.
Wait, why can't you bring other people to your guild hall? Like other
Well, me?
Bangogari? Yeah.
Oh, yes, because, it would be frowned upon and they would be murdered.
The Bangogari is so weird. Like, we let everyone into our guild hall.
I mean, you might not be murdered. You might just get turned to stone. I mean, the Medusas are in power right now.
Sorry, I just came back to the Medusas are in power. What?
Yeah.
That is accurate.
We're talking about why the people can't be brought to the Gilgari Guild Hall. Well, you see, there's like, it's like how you can see a bee on this is an upper ground thing, so this should be easy for y'all. You can see a bee on a flower, but you don't stick your hand in the hive. That's why you don't go to the
Unless
guild
you're a
hall.
beekeeper.
I mean, they are called the Swarm.
So,
Yeah.
so that's why you can't go with me. And I need
What
to
if I
check
dress
in.
as a Golgari?
Well, you need a
I think I
sigil.
would look good in black and green.
Well, you
I
need a
don't think that
sigil,
would look hard enough.
and also you probably need at least some renown because until I got known enough to be granted my ability to ask a favor, I wasn't really welcome at the guild hall. I had to kind of be escorted and go with friends. So you'd have to look like a Golgari and have a Golgari sigil, and then do enough Golgari work that you were well known as a Golgari, and then you could probably go, and by then you would probably be a Golgari.
Which is a little bit of a side thing, but I mean, if it's what you really feel like.
I mean, I just
I
don't
mean, your
want
boss
people.
hasn't been giving you much work. You could.
Also, don't give me enough work. You know what even is it anymore?
I mean, you seem very is-it still.
No, I
You
think
do
very is okay.
seem very is-it.
Personality traits, yes. I guess I fit with this zodiac thing of being an Izzet, I guess.
But if you wanted to go do Golgari work and get well known, then I could take you to the guild hall, I guess. I mean, it's not something I was seeing as something you would want, but I would definitely help make you welcome into the swarm.
Welcome you
to
into
think
the
about it,
swarm.
maybe a day or two to sleep on it.
Okay.
Welcome you into the swarm has kind of distressing connotations to it.
Assimilate.
That's how it became the all Golgari campaign.
No, I know what I
Everyone
would really for
gravitated
campaign
towards
too.
the-
Thank you, Tasha's.
Yeah.
And as much as I love Ravnica, 2 years of this.
I think he was saying now we're all Golgari in this campaign as a joke.
Yeah, it's like we just slowly all become Golgari.
No, y'all are all slowly becoming Rakdos.
Yeah.
Not
we are.
inaccurate.
I think that's just the general random murder hobo phenomena.
So
Say that again?
I need to finish my unicorn sketches. And Ingrid starts getting out paper.
Yeah.
What?
We got plenty of sightings of those today. I don't know where they came from, but
It was the same
Crazy.
one. I think it's going to take a liking to you. I'm going to put you in this picture with it licking you. But I'll just kind of like
Well,
draw
thank
you shadowy on the edge so that no one can use it to scry on you when I send it to the girls.
okay, yeah. However you feel like. I don't mind being scryed on. I don't have anything to hide. In character, he's laughing about that too.
Oh, should I scry on anyone tonight? Dr. Cardot, I mean, is always a good
That could be-
option.
Sure.
Not that guy that you don't like.
I don't think I
Scry
want to
him.
scry on him.
But
You'd
then you would
probably
know
be
that he's
able to
not
tell.
here. Maybe.
Besides, it might be less. I mean, theoretically, all I did is run away from him until, like, feared the attacks today. If it also becomes me starting to scry on him and seen with someone that was competing on Devotion's side and also scrying on him, that's maybe even a bigger target instead of just this person ran away from me.
Okay, out of character question. Other people
Yeah.
were shooting at the other contestants, right?
Maybe 15. Yeah.
Okay, well now it's 16.
In character,
I
Ingrid
don't
would
know
have some
about-
feedback on that.
I'm a good
Not
shot.
Frizz and- I don't know Frizz and Ingrid. Rail was mostly just needling you about that a little bit. Just busting your chops.
I didn't kill anybody.
I mean, fair dear, I think most of the other people shooting were probably Rakdos. You know, trying to influence their ring because it's a contest, not audience members.
Eh,
I mean, there were 5 rings and 15 people.
I thought there were 7 rings.
There were 5 rings competing in this one.
So there's 7 rings is Sonic the Hedgehog.
7 rings is the Circles of Hell.
Wow.
I thought we
Seven
had
rings
7 at
and
that food court thing,
Yes, there were.
but there were 5 for here. Okay.
Not everyone had someone to put into the competition.
mhm.
Keep going without me, please.
But I mean,
Some
most of the
them may
people
not like having people shot at.
shooting were probably, you know, Rakdos from the other 4 rings, you know, not their ring, trying to shoot them down. So any of the shooting, even that first blind shooting where you just kind of went into I must kill things Crassus mode, were probably like people trying to influence the game. So like you shooting it was probably, you know, seen as you trying to influence the Rakdos games, personally.
No, I think that me volunteering to go for the Fallen Stars and then winning it was influencing
I mean, that
the
too,
Rakdos
that too,
games.
both of them.
I don't see how the shooting has any relevance to that.
If you slow people down and they don't win and get a point, you've influenced the game. And you shot a lot of people in the first round where there were no points.
Yeah, indiscriminately. That was part of the rules.
You didn't ask what the rules were, and do you know that you didn't shoot anyone from Devotions, or if you did? Because if you didn't shoot anyone from Devotions, and you shot everyone else indiscriminately, you know, it really looks like you're with Devotion. And the thing is, if you look like you're with Devotion, but then you're not with Devotion, then you don't have the protections you would have of being in a group of people that support Devotion. Just saying, because that's now kind of a little bit of a problem for maybe all of us.
I mean, at least I'll get a play about me. I'll be
Ingrid
immortalized.
just puts her head down on the table. She just like goes to the main lobby table and puts her head down on it.
Hey, I thought we were having a vacation day, okay? Now, if I had put money on Devotion, then it would be a problem. But no, I didn't have any,
I'm just, well, we'll try to fill out
I'm
the
actually really
situation when
proud
we
of
go
myself
check.
for doing that. I didn't even use my tentacles. They were just
You
dead
did
weight.
very good in that competition.
Thank you.
Fair dear.
I appreciate that.
Really
I'm-
good.
Talking to the wrong side with the mic. I really need to switch up my setup. I apologize.
I mean, so good that if it became an issue and you needed Devotion's, you know, protection because they thought you helped him and you weren't with the Rakdos, that you could maybe talk to him about that. If that ever came up.
If that ever came up.
You know, since you're not going to see him tomorrow after the interviews, we'll try and get an idea of the situation for you.
I mean, I just wanted to have
Or not, who
fun.
knows, you know?
That looked like fun to me. I mean,
Yes,
I
I-
voluntarily got shot at. I think that's fair game.
Yes, it looked like you had a lot of fun being Rakdos yesterday.
Man, it was an off day, right?
It was an off day. It was vacation day. And all we want to know is just to make sure that nobody's going to try to come after you or us because of it. So if it's alright, it's alright.
Yeah.
I mean, either way, Devotion's going to tell us it's all right, probably.
I mean,
Fair point.
we also just had goblin employees that clearly participated.
Clearly, we're just coming home after
Just
their work day,
Clearly
manually
participated.
hauling supplies.
They had a nice day.
Clearly participated.
You know, I think they might have just taken a day off too.
You don't.
Sure,
They
don't
probably
worry
took a day
about
off, too.
it, no matter
There's
how
nothing to worry about
burning
there,
we have
okay?
not to know.
They had a 3D model of the vaults.
That was
Fair dear?
video
do you
games.
ever
We
see
all
that?
love video games, okay?
Fair dear, did you ever see that?
Yeah,
When?
we walked right into it when we came
They were
in.
playing in the middle of where y'all are right now.
Like, it was obvious.
When was that they
Oh,
had
it's snowing
them?
outside.
I saw her with the blueprints, and I was alone.
Yeah,
there.
you saw her with the blueprints. We saw them have a whole construction talking about it, and I asked, "Are we winning?" And they said, "Yeah."
We all came back
Okay,
with the illusion.
I didn't see. Okay, so that was there.
Yes.
I thought the illusion was still the building plan thing.
Yes, it was.
It
Okay,
was
That's
obvious.
something I missed then.
Okay.
That's a
But-
player miss.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean, it's
when
pretty
y'all came
obvious.
back- when y'all came back, there were 4 goblins, and they're using communication stones, with a 5th using illusion magic to generate a floor plan as well as moving figures.
Okay.
So
I
I
mean,
was
they
not
probably took a
alone.
vacation day and played too. We should not worry about that.
Okay. Company vote. We don't worry about it. Blanket statement.
Wait, you're supposed to call Rail for the vote. I already messed that up once today. Let's do it right.
Rail company
You're not
vote.
supposed to do a company vote.
Rail, can we do a company vote?
Yes, let's do a company vote.
Okay.
Rail's getting a lot more used than he probably wants out of being the decisionist now.
I freaking miss being the documenter.
Alright, what is the proposal on the floor?
The proposal is that internally, we don't worry about what happened on the Rakdos games. It was off hours, and
We're throwing in the whole games, including your stuff. I don't know about that.
hey,
I thought we were.
hey,
not
I'm
worried
part of
about
this
the
company
common
too.
things.
I'm part of this company too.
We can't necessarily afford to ignore all of the Rakdos game stuff, especially since we need to look into their contract via the church.
Yes,
building.
but internally.
I think that we should ignore all of it internally, too.
Just, it was a wash. You know?
I'm going to vote we should probably at least attempt to deal with things.
We should deal with it, but I'm just saying internally. We don't worry about it.
So just like no pointing fingers, but we try to deal with it.
Exactly.
Oh,
Exactly.
right. But
Third
if
person,
outside
oh.
sources are like, hey, you burnt down a church, you owe a bunch of money, then we'll have to revisit the issue?
Unless they're internal.
We're going to try to not worry about any Rakdos involving things, including the inauguration play that happened
Yeah, we
today
could add
while
that
we
to
were
it
on
too.
vacation.
Yes, exactly. We could add that too, I agree.
Sure. I'll
Okay, that's 2 votes
So,
yes.
for-
Frizz?
that.
Yep.
Okay, 3 votes.
Motion carries by plurality.
I was going to make it unanimous.
Okay.
Okay.
Why not make it unanimous?
It was Vegas. It doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
then we don't get to bug rail about flirting with devotion after being stabbed.
Exactly, motion pass. Because it made no sense. You should buy me dinner first. He buy you breakfast, lunch, dinner,
No, no,
entertainment,
we're not about it. Remember,
massages.
Fair dear. You just don't get it. It's okay.
Rail got it.
As long as I don't catch it, I guess.
It's okay.
Good,
It's
well,
all
that's settled. We're not worrying about anything from the inauguration play either. Perfect.
Exactly. So,
Okay.
interviews and
We should get to
introspective. Yes, rest, then interviews, then time of introspection to make us more productive as a business.
You were also asking about people to scry on.
Oh yeah.
You got sidetracked.
I mean, they didn't seem that set either way, so.
Dr. Cardot
Well,
seems like
Fairdeer
a...
suggested you scry on a certain someone, and that kind of spun off into this.
Frizz. But I think Dr. Cardot makes sense. I probably need to look into
I'll do
that.
that one before bed while y'all are still awake. And she's going to get out her picture of the second picture that has Dr. Cardot and also the one that we don't know is Blade in it, and use that as a focus for scrying on Dr. Cardot.
Well, make a history check for me, please.
Okay. Can I knowledge of the ages in?
Sure.
Cool. So I am not using that nearly. Channel divinity. My character sheet froze. There. What? Why the hell? Whatever. I can't mark it off, but I have used my second channel divinity for the day. Or for a short rest. You know what I mean. Rolling history. 12.
Cool. That picture Ingrid has of the tall, slender shape, you recognize that shape? It gave you a cup of blood at one point.
It is also the one that helped us with the lab problem of creatures. We know that. We just didn't know the name or anything else.
Oh, that's a lot of background noise there for some reason.
Fairdeer, can you move your mic away from the fan?
That's why. Okay, that's why it wouldn't let me. For some reason, I got logged out. Nope, it still won't let me. What the fuck?
Is that
Why
better?
can I not edit my own character?
No.
No.
Yeah, I just had to turn my fan off.
I have a little tiny one.
Okay, so so you recognized him as the person who gave you a cup of blood. That's where we were at, just to get everyone back on point.
Yes.
So I am scrying on Dr. Cardot from that picture. What were you saying, Rail?
There it goes. I don't actually remember off the top. Like, player does not remember when he gave me a cup of blood. Like, that is not in my notes.
Do you want me to try to field this one?
Go ahead, I am doing scrying.
So, you went to see Asham without us, and instead of Asham, you walked past a whole bunch of pods with bodies in them, and then you saw the guy that had helped us at the lab, the Don't Think Too Loudly guy, and he introduced himself as Blade of the Fallen, talked about not mistaking tools as gifts, and something else.
Right.
Did he
God,
introduce
that's a
himself
long
as
back.
Blade
Okay.
of the Fallen?
Huh?
Did he introduce himself
Well,
as
I
Blade of the
have Blade
Fallen?
of the Fallen in my notes. Just
Only
from
to
quite a
Rail.
while back.
Oh,
We never asked his name
okay.
when we saw him at the
That
lab.
makes okay.
We don't even know his name is Blade. We just know has asked us to fight a Blade. We don't know that one guy is Blade.
Was that just Griggum, or
Right.
was that all of
But
us?
Rail.
That was all of
yeah.
us now, because when Griggum left,
Okay.
approached the rest of us and basically said, by the way, Griggum agreed to this.
Okay. Apologies. I lost the narrative for a second.
And none of us have explicitly said, yes, we agree that because Griggum said it, we would do it. But there is a request on the table.
Okay.
I'm curious as to the reasons behind it.
I mean,
So I rolled a 4. You're scoring on Cardot?
Yep,
All right. You said it's the 20th. It is at 10.
26.
26th. It is at 10 p.m. at this point. All right. As you complete the ritual, your vision warps and you're suddenly looking in a dark, wet area. Water seems to be flowing in cascades from ports in the wall to create a maybe half a foot deep pool in this room. Excess water drained out from holes just above it. The form of Cardot sits in repose, eyes closed, a coin lightly grasped between his fingers, brass in color, shining with a soft green patina. He holds that position for about 10 minutes. In the background, you hear slight sloshing, splashing sound like something is shifting or moving through the room, though he does not seem to react to it.
Okay, and I'll kind of describe it while I'm seeing it to the rest of the group, even though it doesn't doesn't have a lot of action near the end or anything for them. But I'll describe it as we go. Oh, one more thing before bed.
Mhm.
When we were walking around, we got a summary on the Whisper Jar. We should probably play that for the group, right, Frizz?
He'll open up and pop it open.
This was the interview with Integra, right?
Yeah.
I do not remember my exact phrasing. It is a interview between Integra and a loremonger, talking about how after a confrontation at the docks, which resulted in a death, Integra was going to leave the Orzov family that she was a member of, and her family would remain at the docks to guard the sepulcher, the vault that contained Ribald, as well as hid the creature he summoned away.
But, we were just hanging out, and I was like, I really want to hear about my great-grandmother. So we got, so Frizz went ahead and played it since we didn't have anything we were doing on vacation day. Thought y'all would want to hear the recording.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Alright, well, let's go ahead then.
That's as much of a recap as we're getting from Gyarnos on it. That's us hearing it.
I did not write down my word by word.
That's fine.
No, it's okay.
But y'all did hear it last time, so it should be okay. We can always replay it on video.
Or the person that took more detailed notes could reread them.
I didn't
think
write
I-
down the interview word for word either. A known voice recording for posterity, events of the harbor, and your decisions following it. She did not know what her brother intended, and her line is leaving to be watchers over his tomb for the protection of family and precinct. That's what I have for notes.
I mean, that, I believe, aligns with our. I mean, Ingrid's family is on the same dock that we found the tomb. Grigham and
Yeah.
I, correct? Yeah. So
Well, they were.
Yeah.
they've been moved since.
I mean, aligns is a strong word for the data lining up. But it is data.
I mean, it's consistent with. Is more.
Consistent is also a strong word, but it is data.
So.
I mean, it doesn't have anything about, like why the house was raided and taken away and where she actually disappeared to, anything like that. So, I mean, it's more data.
Sure.
This is not a very good bedtime story. But we should probably get some rest for
No.
tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah.
We have interviews to do.
Is my wife up?
No,
Okay.
because it's after 10 p.m. at this point.
Okay. I'm not gonna bug her, I'm just gonna go to bed then.
I'm going to do half a day on working on that one gym thing with the 2 matching stones, and then do some more drawings, probably.
Mark the time down.
I gotta step away for just like 1 minute.
Yeah.
Okay, anything anyone else doing at the start or during their long rest?
Checking on the scraps.
Okay. Scraps was last left in the Erlenmeyer flask, having not yet figured out how to escape. Scraps has still not figured out how to escape.
Making sure it's not starving then.
No, you've been feeding it.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
Just work it out eventually. Or it won't.
It has managed to work the flask into one corner of the box.
so I did the 2 unicorn drawings, and against her own better judgment, she decided to capture the picture of the Rakdos 5 standing on the center stage as a picture, because it was a very old lineup, and she did that. And then tucked it among all the other pictures in the very middle.
Noted. Alright, well, we'll give it a second for Halo to get back. I gotta say, I'm excited about this new game we have coming up. I mean, it's an old system, but it's one of my favorite systems.
Okay.
Hey, Halo's back.
I love the roll in the frame.
Yeah. Anything you're doing before or during your long rest? Halo, if you answered me, I
Nothing
couldn't
good.
hear you. Okay.
Can you hear me
Alright.
now?
Yeah.
Yes, I can now. Alright.
I said no, nothing.
8 hours later, those of you who sleep awaken. A soft, kind of almost lyrical voice echoing through each of your rooms. The time is now. Get up. You are wanted in the main hall.
You are wanted.
That was new. What was that? And Ingrid's still in the main hall at the table with her notebooks around her. Watcher's playing with her drawing supplies and trying to stack them up in little piles to sit on.
It takes a
He
little
is
bit to get
constructing
himself
a
up.
paint throw.
She just has pens. He just, tries to sit on the balance on the ink and put the pens up around like a little teepee.
Okay, Ferdier is gonna get on his nice, non-guild specific clothes on for interviews.
Ingrid will water her mushroom dress.
Water.
Looking on my nice clothes, head to the lab, pick up the gun, pocket it, and then head to.
Interesting. It's very interesting dress. I don't know. I'm still slightly baffled by the mushroom dress.
Oh, this one, I
Most
actually
Golgari
made it.
nobles have them.
Yeah, I actually made this one special for the performance. Maybe I should change into one of my non-special ones that won't make people kind of complacent and happy rather than wanting to stab me. I made this one especially for if we went to the play. So, and then Ingrid runs off and goes to change into a different mushroom dress.
I'm just like turn to whoever knew. Did she just say that her dress was drugging people? Whatever.
Yes.
It's the Golgari, it's how it be.
Yeah, not worth getting worked up over.
After
Yeah.
about like maybe 10 minutes, Amnestria comes through, setting down cups of coffee in front of everyone, as well as a small bowl of rice with chopped egg and gravy and sausage.
Ingrid comes back. I just was probably all worn out on spores anyway, because when I tried to hug Fairdeer to calm him down, it didn't even work.
I mean, I made a pretty good shot afterwards, so I wouldn't say it was a total miss.
Oh, good then. And instead, she's got one of her ones that's black with little turquoise-ish bird's nest mushrooms on it, which have little turquoise eggs. They look like crow's nest. It's a real mushroom. It's very cute.
I might want to get
You
you
do
with you
not
with
know
the...
how much time she has spent researching mushrooms.
I may need to get you with you on the relaxing mushrooms. Like, could I have like a little colony in my bedroom? Like,
Oh, yeah,
to help-
definitely. I mean, I have glow ones in my bedroom as like a nightlight.
Makes sense.
Fascinating.
You just put like
Fascinating.
the yellow ones near the door, and then the bluer ones and the greener ones towards the bed, so that you're more restful. And then I stopped sleeping, but I'm sure they'd be very restful still.
Okay. May need to look into that.
Alright, after about maybe 15 minutes after Amnestria brings food by, Cathal walks in, looks over, right, so I have most of them waiting in the waiting room. She makes finger quotes and points at the armory. Most of y'all have been through this once or twice before, I think. I don't know, I haven't been paying too much attention. This is mostly the same group still, right?
We ask them questions, we select some, we give you some paperwork. We've got this.
All right.
I have a question. Is there a Minotaur out there?
No.
No.
Did you want one? I can go and find a Minotaur.
Well, no. I just wanted to know.
Riz, that's a little discriminatory.
No, I don't think it is. I asked
I
a
mean,
question
you can
about if
hire
there's
your
Minotaurs there. It's
you
just,
can hire a Minotaur to help you normally if you want, just to come around with us and be friends.
Do we need to worry
That is
about
totally
the...
doable.
I mean, if we were looking for, if y'all
Or is
want
there
a
a troll?
Minotaur,
I just need someone who can pick something really heavy. I don't need them. I'm just wondering, is there someone out there? Is there a big bulky guy?
Is there someone out there? Yeah.
Ha 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 ha.
I mean, with the interviewees or in general?
Just as interviewees,
mean,
knocking out two birds with one stone.
Maybe one or two of them. I mean, I wasn't given any specifications on positions that y'all were looking for, so I just did a general roundup of people.
No, that's fair. I just asked them. Just trying to, mess with things. It's fine.
Right. Okay.
When we're ready, send them in.
Oh, do we know how long it'll be for my dagger and how much it costs yet?
No and no.
Okay. That's all my questions.
She kind of looks over the rest of you. I'll have about 10 minutes before the first one is, and she just kind of walks off.
Bye, Gadal.
So, what are we
She
looking for?
waves.
What do you mean on employees?
Yeah.
People that we want to have around, because we haven't really discussed what we do or our goals, so we're really just looking for people that we want to have around and that seem kind of capable.
Okay, are there any key positions that we're looking for? Looking at you, Frizz, because you seem to have...
I have things going on beyond comprehensible stuff. Obviously, I mean, my time travel after all.
No,
Anyhow,
no shit. So,
personally, I think it would be really cool to have someone. What do they call them? You're in this Simic. What are those people that mess with slimes called? They're like
Crassus?
biomancers, but they slime specifically. They're like
Mycologists? No, that's mushrooms.
mycologist for mushrooms, but for slimes.
I just call them slime
Zoologist?
ranchers.
Oh, maybe I should meet one of the
Slime ranchers.
mushroom Simic people, because then we can supply better mushrooms. I should write that down, and she gets out her notebook, on my list of people to contact later in case I have a rot farm. Mycologist.
Ooh. Chemist? And then let's have them do some really weird stuff with those crystals. And when we hire the slime rancher.
I think we're mostly really hiring people to help
And the
Cathal, which is really kind of confusing why she has us interview them.
Okay.
But
It's our company.
Exactly. If we're hiring for Cathal, the least we can do is have them do things for us too.
I just hire people I like. I mean, we're selecting. We need to find out how many we're selecting today.
4, I believe.
Hey,
I think
Cathal! And Ingrid goes to look
4?
for Cathal.
She is at the library. Yeah, she would be within. Yes.
So she's right there. So how
Yes.
many are we supposed to pick out of them today?
I mean, I have budgeted for 4. If you want more or less, then we can make that work.
Okay. How's Noros doing with staying on? Should we keep Noros on?
I mean, if you want to, we can. I mean, he's mostly just been reading in one of the ancillary libraries.
Okay, we'll discuss that at the end. And Ingrid runs back off. Okay, we're supposed to be selecting 4, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4 of us. So, if we can't come to an agreement, we can always just select one each at the end.
I think
And then
if
Ingrid
each of
takes a
us,
seat down at the back right corner.
I think if each of us has a completely different pick, that would actually be a problem.
Why?
I think that we need to have at least a majority vote on hiring people, not just...
Okay, sure. Actually, do we need to vote on how we're voting? I'm confused now. I think we should just talk about the contestants afterwards and then figure out what we're doing.
Sure.
True. Also, Faraday, are you the decisionist? You should be the decisionist. Call these votes. You called 5 votes today and yesterday.
Let's not pick on Rail. He's doing his best.
I don't think
I
he
don't
was
think
picking
Rail's doing a
on
good job.
Rail.
Use this power.
I think
No.
he was picking
Ra-
on you, fair dear.
Rail is being
For
very,
overstepping
very,
boundaries. Hey, can you test this thing for me? Hey, I'm testing this thing. Can you give me your equipment? Let me sample this crystal we found. Just saying, little like, do your own job.
Yeah, hey, what was that sample from the Mizium Foundry that I gave you? Did you ever find out what that was? Like, I really wanted to know what Mizium Foundry AI gave us as a sample. That was well, I mean, it was all over the floor. What we got was robots, but I wanted to know what was all over the floor.
Okay, is this directed at me?
Yes,
Okay.
because you're the one that analyzed the substance, and you're the one that I gave a vial to analyze.
If I
You're
analyze...
analyzing a lot more stuff. Like, remember when we first like got together, and there was that weird mushroom fungus stuff? Like, you could analyze that, or all the
I
crystals.
wasn't there.
Like,
I mean,
that whole like
I wanted to
area we're
know
at. You can analyze
what that room that Mizium Foundry 182-114 was giving us.
Okay.
You know, what was in that room originally.
Okay.
And I gave you the vial.
Okay. I'll look over my notes. If I haven't analyzed it, I will analyze
Thank you, fair
it.
dear.
You have not analyzed it.
I shall analyze it later.
No.
I think we probably have like a whole bunch more things if we want to analyze stuff.
A soft voice clears their throat. Looking up, you see a medium to just shy of tall human woman. Very short hair. Close to just maybe 3 weeks after having been shaved. Blue hair and color. She's wearing a simple tunic and pants with shoes, and is carrying a long, thin walking stick. Her eyes are pitch black. So, hi.
Hi.
I can tell there's at least 3 of you from the voices.
Good morning.
Good morning.
There's 4 of us, and there is also a dog and a pseudo-dragon in the room.
Okay.
Do you need me to guide you to your chair?
If you can't turn out the lights, yes.
Oh,
Can we not turn out the lights? We could do that, right? We can
Interesting.
all see in the dark except Frizz.
I'll be fine.
I thought you
Can
could.
use some goggles. Yes.
Okay.
I don't mind. Yes, let's darken the room a bit for your comfort.
Yeah, sorry, we didn't know.
All right. As y'all dark the room, everyone make perception checks for me. With disadvantage due to dim lighting.
Even if we have dark vision?
Dark vision treats dim light as bright light, so no.
So, 19. Either way.
Well, I rolled
6.
a 17.
18 for me, 23 for Watcher.
But my passive is 25.
Okay. As it darkens in the room, the black over her eyes fades, and you see white irises and a blue pupil.
Interesting.
Hi, welcome to Second Sight Agency. We're interviewing today. Could I get your name, please, for the record?
I am Fufar.
Okay.
Fufar,
Also,
pleasure to
I'm
meet you.
still recording everything, Whisper Jar, by the way. Just as
Hello, I'm Ingrid Corvidae. This is Fairdeer, Rel Curvina, and Frizz. Plus K and Watcher.
Nice to meet you all.
So,
So, oh, go ahead, Fairdeer.
I guess, tell us about yourself.
Um, my name is Favar, as I said. I was originally a resident of the Undercity, but moved up to the Overcity about maybe 5 years ago when my family joined the Celestia Conclave. Um, I have left the Conclave and am looking for work in this precinct.
Okay. Any
Don't mind me
particular...
asking.
Sorry.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Why? What specifically led you to our door?
You had a posting on the local job board for a open position.
All right.
Hmm.
Sorry, Faraday, you wanted to ask?
Do you have any particular talents or skills that you find?
I can see in darkness.
Always nice.
Now, from what I've heard, most people see in darkness, they see in like grayscale. Do you see in grayscale, or is it like full color?
No, I see. I am told what y'all see when the lights are on is what I see when there is no light.
Okay, and I'm gonna flick my finger and cast produce flame, just like a little like spark, like flame on my fingertip. It is this darkness like around me now.
She kind of winces and turns her eye away from me. Yes, that's very dark.
Okay, I turn it off. Okay, makes sense.
Well, what things do you enjoy doing?
I mean, I tend to be up later in the evening, so mostly I spend my time doing walks and cleaning, reading. Um, when my family was in the conclave, I spent most of the time on guard duty at night.
Task that I would think you are uniquely suited for. How exactly do you stand guard? I mean, like, so, refresh my memory, her description, like, she's not looking particularly buff.
No,
Right?
she's medium in height, edging towards tall, but she's not particularly toned. Um,
Right, and did you say she was walking with a cane, or did I imagine that?
she has a long, thin cane, like a walking stick, kind of cane.
Does she have any sort of difference in her gait, or is she just using a walking stick?
She is functionally blind in full light.
Okay. But her movement
Like,
is
was
like
she leaning on the
normal.
cane,
It's
or was she,
just...
She probably needs it for when times like the spellcasters are very rude and put flame in her face and she loses vision.
I mean,
Probably.
that's fair.
Uh, when I was standing guard, my job was mostly to be in the area and watch, and if I saw someone that we did not know or that seemed to have hostile intent towards the Vendari, I was to shout an alarm and hide.
Okay. I mean, that's fair.
Can you cast in any sort of way?
No.
Have you had any sort of training in weapons or...
No.
What kind of books do you like?
Oh, I mostly read histories.
And Ingrid just very properly writes down, reads histories.
Hmm. As far as histories, you would say you would know a lot about, like, just Ravnican history in general?
I mean, I'm not a scholar or academic, but I know about maybe the past 140 years.
Okay, that's reasonable.
You come with any references?
I mean, you could contact the conclave or my family.
Was that the local conclave? The Apple. Oh. Hmm.
No, my family is from the 3rd District. They were animal handlers.
Okay. Do you have any of that similar talents with animal handling?
I mean, I can keep from being bit, but I'm no trainer.
Hey, do you like her?
Kay seems indifferent.
It checks.
Do you have any other special skills or anything? Leather working, can you craft? That sort of stuff.
I mean,
Cooking.
the posting was for unskilled labor.
Well,
If
yeah,
y'all-
we're just asking questions.
Okay, I mean, I know enough to not starve.
Fair enough.
So, what area of the Undercity did you used to live in?
Oh, we were originally from one of the northern enclaves of the Vadaidage. But,
I'm just look to Ingrid to see if, because this I don't think I would know about.
I would probably have to make a history check. Because
you would
it
have to
doesn't
make
sound
a history
familiar.
check.
Can Watcher make one too?
Yes.
Let's do Watchers first. Watcher got a 10. Okay, well, I got a 6, so.
It sounds familiar, but can't really place, like, where it would geographically be located.
I don't think I've visited around that area yet. That could be interesting to talk about if you are selected and up here late at night, as I tend to be around a lot at night.
Anything you'd like to ask us?
I mean, I was not told to prepare a list of questions, but what would you be having my due date today?
Well, Cathal would probably be training you. She is the one that put everyone in the waiting area, I believe. And then she organizes groups and stuff to go out. Though I don't think we've maintained a night presence. So if you're selected, it could be a whole new set of duties that would be figured out. So I'm afraid I can't give you too much information right now.
Oh, okay, that is fair enough.
I don't have any further questions unless any of y'all do. I mean, I have to say I am a little curious about the eyes, but it doesn't seem like a work question, I suppose.
I mean, I don't mind if you want to ask.
Well, yes then. Oh, have you heard a reason for why the light acts differently?
No, I mean, many people from the Vardevech enclave have some uniqueness. It's probably due to the abandoned Izzet machinery.
There are a lot of abandoned areas still in the Undercity that we have been running into near occupation areas, so that could make sense. I thank
Well,
you for
that would
info.
probably be because the um, areas are still active with power, I would think.
That does seem to make a lot of sense, though some areas do not utilize that and simply use the structure of the infrastructure being strengthened around there, I believe. Still, it's an interesting thought for um, one who is down there a lot. I'll have to keep it in mind.
She nods and kind of like, can you wait until I'm out before you raise the lights again?
Certainly.
Oh, absolutely.
Alright, she turns and starts heading for the door. As she opens the door and goes outside, she immediately shifts her stance a bit to swinging her walking stick back and forth across the ground to make sure she's not about to walk into anything as she goes.
Okay. Probably bring the lights back. To
Oh, we forgot to ask what languages she knows, like we usually do. Oh well.
Yeah, we're a little rusty at this.
Oh. Make it work.
Yeah.
She seemed nice, though.
She did. I'm undecided. Let me put it that way.
And I am very proud of you, Faraday, for not offering to rush to get her medical assistance right away.
After about 5 minutes, if no one is stopping this from happening, a very slim, almost featureless looking Videlkin approaches the group from the side. Hello, my name is Fenex. I am here to interview.
Hello, we're the Second Sight Agency. I'm Ingrid Corvidae. We have Faraday, Rail Corvino, and Fritz.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
May you all find perfection.
Hello.
So,
Ingrid looks to Faraday like she's waiting for him to ask his usual
Phoenix, can
question.
you tell us a little bit about yourself?
I am, as you can see, Videlkin. I have undergone multiple enhancement procedures to formally rectify and refine the natural systems of my body.
Audio kind of cut out there.
Mm-hmm.
As you can see, I am Videlkin. I have undergone multiple procedures to rectify, refine, and enhance the systems of my body.
Can I do like a medicine check just visually to see if I can figure out some of what he's talking about, or would that be another check, or just no, not really?
That would be a medicine check.
Okay. 14 plus 9, that's a 23.
Alright, they are almost completely featureless, very elongated limbs, eyes look a little bit larger, very flat, form-fitting clothing. They clearly have had some level of biosculpting done to them, just because they don't really conform to any of the standard body morphologies.
Okay.
It's like all the excess stuff has been removed.
Okay, so these are pretty much cosmetic things, not like they have the strength of. Okay.
You would have to do a more in-depth examination. This is just from a quick once-over.
That's fair. Okay.
what do you see as your strong suits when working with people?
Uh, like many who follow my path, we are quite adept at enhancing and streamlining systems.
Elaborate on that if you would.
If there is a more efficient way to do something, then that is the best route. And there is always a more efficient way to do something.
When you say systems, can you give some examples?
Systems are any form of interaction between multiple parts, uh, whether organic, inorganic, technological, sociological, or biomechanical.
Can you give some specific examples that you personally have enhanced? Other than
Well,
yourself, of course.
I've helped a number of people refine personal behaviors in such a manner as to be more efficient along with their intended goals.
Do you enjoy that?
What would that matter?
Well, it's just good for somebody to take pleasure in their work. Within limits.
So, if that is not a matter, then you would be open to trying most other things to find out if you are good at them or not?
Certainly.
Alright. What languages would you do you speak?
The Delkin and the Common Tongue are my most prominent. I can speak a smattering of Dragonic Primordial and Undercommon.
Okay. I'm a little curious about this out of character. How did he refer to his association of people? Was it a group or?
They didn't refer to. I mean, they didn't give any specifications other than referring to themselves as Videlkin.
Okay.
That's the only thing they've been specific about.
Yeah, can you give us a little more specifics about this group of people trying to, or Videlkins, trying to streamline things?
Well, it is a curiosity of my kind that we tend to seek perfection, and that is the admirable path. It is not a destination, it is a path. Do not make that misunderstanding. There is no final perfection. There is always some way to improve things.
Okay. Maybe this is an insight check, but is he talking about just Videlkins in general or a very specific faction?
Go ahead and make your insight check.
Okay.
So, like, if you were to be, say, like, taken to a messy lab with a few projects going on, what would be your first thoughts on organizing a lab?
Organizing the lab would first require an understanding of the projects to ensure a comprehension of what parts are needed or which parts are not, and then organizing so that the requisite parts are more easily accessible, while unneeded or rarely needed are kept out of the way but still accessible upon request. What was that insight roll?
It was just like an 11.
They seem to be referring to Videlkins in general.
Okay. I think I just misunderstood as a player. How are you at documentation?
Exacting.
Okay. Interesting. Would you say that you're a fast learner?
I would not like to boast.
How comfortable do you feel learning new things then?
Comfort is irrelevant.
How successful have you been at learning new things?
Fair to moderate.
Okay.
To the best of your knowledge, have you ever had any memories removed, false memories added, been placed under mind control, or otherwise had your free will abrogated?
Not that I am aware of.
Out of
Insight
character, do you want to?
No, just at this point, any kind of modified people are like,
Now,
well, we know several
now
of
the
us have had
position-
our memories changed.
Now, the position normally has people staying on site. Is that something that you would be doing?
If I'm allowed to create a personal space, then yes, I would be fine with that.
I know there's a bunkhouse. I would have to inquire if you're selected as to what would allow duty-wise a space that is more personal. And makes a note in her notebook. So, where did you pick up a smattering of Undercommon? I find that one actually rather difficult.
Oh, I was working with a expatriate from the Undercity to acclimate themselves to their new roles, and it was useful for the translation process.
Have you ever worked with animals?
Not intentionally or extensively?
Do you have any objections to working with animals?
I do not see the point.
The point of objecting or the point of
If we
working with-
started you off,
I think it cut out on you, Frizz.
sorry, if we were to hire you as a starting off project, would you be able to get a large piece of machinery and make sure everything is able to work properly? See if there's any other things you would adapt or change with that. Would that be something that interests you?
As long as I am given the specifications that it is to operate within, that could be quite challenging.
Okay.
So, you have talked about not particularly having a preference on the duties, just things that you're good at. What makes you leave a place? Because, I mean, you're interviewing with us too. We should be aware of that so that we don't cause any issues among our working relationship, right?
Generally, when a place has reached the maximum perfection that I can offer for their systems, I find it is behooving upon me to move on to new places that need refinement.
I'm out of questions, guys.
Do you have any questions for us?
No?
So, if you were to look around, can you give us 5 improvements?
On our big
Just
empty
in
lobby?
this room.
You have a large space here that is not being fully utilized. You could definitely slim down this. There is a number of excessive rooms along the back that do not seem to be having any specific use. Those could be repurposed or removed. The tabling and seating in the area is acceptable, but not particularly efficient in design.
Okay.
I mean, it is true we're not really using the holding cells, though. That could change. We are doing a bounty.
I mean, I don't disagree with any of those assessments.
No, but the assessments themselves are interesting.
Yeah.
I'm still out of questions.
Yeah, I think I'm good if everyone else is.
Alright.
You could streamline this process by having the questions written down in advance and giving them to each individual to be answered in a form.
That is no fun.
That is not inaccurate.
There is
We'll
a
keep
difference
that-
between devotion to efficiency and starting to get a little what's the word?
Don't argue with the applicants, Rail.
I
That is
mean-
very unprofessional.
We asked him to be honest. He's being honest. That's I say it is. I didn't just assume gender, did I?
No, you have been.
Okay. They gave an honest opinion. That's what we asked. I think we're good here. Unless you have any questions or anybody else here has any further questions.
I think
I know
That'll
our
be
interview is
probably
now
all of
becoming inefficient, so thank you at the next for your time, and we will duly consider it, and Gathal will get back in touch with you if you are selected.
May you move closer to perfection in all things.
As with you.
When they leave, I'm just gonna look over at everyone. I don't like them at all.
Really?
I don't want
A
them
little
anywhere near
bit.
my lab.
They are a bit prickly.
I liked him.
I thought you were one of the ones that liked him the most, at least initially.
Which one of us?
I mentioned the whole lab stuff with the machine just to see, but I don't like it.
I mean,
Could be useful. Don't
I
get me
think
wrong,
maybe
but
at least
don't like
as a
them.
temporary hire, just to get an assessment would be nice. But
I mean,
Maybe, but
fair to her, you could hire someone to just come help you with set up all your lab things, since you're a researcher here and not really at the Simic building anyway, you could always just contact them to come help you set up your corner and organize your research and have someone you can call upon to help you when you need it, since you don't talk to the researchers over there anyway.
I mean, having an efficiency expert is nice, but also it seems like he's somewhat of a counselor,
But,
which
as
could
like a
be
personal-
interesting.
I'd like a personal research friend for you.
But we
You
have
can just hire
Noros.
them occasionally to come over and spend time and help you in the lab.
But we have Noros.
Yes, he does research, not laboratory. And he even told me he doesn't research poison blockage, which is kind of annoying.
Maybe we should give him a reason to.
Applied research.
That was a
instead of-
joke. That was a joke. That was a joke.
Oh no, I just thought you meant to share the blueprints. Okay. No, that makes some sense. We will at the end need to discuss if we're keeping Noros on. He seems to have finished his projects with Cathal. But no, I mean, if we don't hire at the next, there's no reason you couldn't have a lab buddy occasionally to come help you straighten things out. He knows primordial, and you're working with slime research, right?
Yeah,
It could be a very good contact for you.
I definitely think he's a name to put in the Rolodex. At the very least.
I mean, I personally liked Fufar so far.
Fufar was the first one?
Yes.
Yes. But that might just be
Yeah,
because
right.
I'm up late nights and most people aren't.
We probably need to
And-
look at what the late night staff is like.
No one. There's no one, and no one comes and talks to me, and they're all in bed. And I'm just sitting in the
Okay.
lobby, and I don't bother to lock the doors, so I don't really know, like, if we need a guard, because, like, I don't lock the door when everyone goes to bed.
Yeah, but she seems like more of a scout than a guard to me. Like, she's not trying to defend something, she's trying to alert if something is suspicious, which is a bit of a different. You know?
I
Guard
mean,
can still apply there, but
Yeah, she's more watch than necessarily guard, if we want to get
Okay.
literal,
but I mean,
is
we
what I'm
do
saying.
have, like, the front door, and I don't lock it, and everyone's in bed.
Yeah,
So,
but I'm saying
could be useful.
if she were to, like, say, get on the roof and have some binoculars or something, that could be... I don't know. I'm just sort of...
spitballing.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright, and since we're between interviews,
Yeah, break.
do you all think this might be a good time to take a break?
I'm good with taking a short break if y'all want to take a short break.
Sure.
Okay.
All right. We're going to run some commercials, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Thank y'all for joining us.
Oh, right.
All right.
I'm
So,
responsible
Updating
for
your
that.
Before you leave, the people, because we're all playing Shard, never mind. I have been looking at my characters.
Transition?
Good job, stream manager.
Transition. I switched the two screens, so make sure everything looks okay.
All right. Waiting for it to go visual. But we're technically back.
Yes. I'm gonna
You know,
move-
maybe I'll log into Roll20 just so my character picture's there. It wasn't because we weren't going to be necessarily fighting? Question mark,
it's up to
question
you.
mark, question mark?
We'll see how that goes.
I have no idea what you fools are going to do.
We don't either. We'll find out.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to apply my long rest.
Yes, everyone should have had a long rest. Oh wow, look at all those HP. Wow, you don't even have 100 HP, Frizz? Man,
No.
you better watch out for that power word death.
Yeah.
Does that just, like, full-on kill anybody who has less than 100 HP?
Yes.
Yep.
It's called the DM's middle finger.
That is less than fun.
I mean, it is a, what, 8th, 9th level spell?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I just have to get flicked in the forehead once, and then the spell will work on me. I'm just, like, barely above the line there.
same here, to be honest.
Yeah.
Man, you guys can absorb a lot more damage than I've been throwing at y'all.
No, we can't. No, we can't.
Not really.
Not really.
I didn't even throw, what, I only threw, what, 60 damage at Rail, and he survived it?
Barely.
Yeah, I think I got down to 15
Luckily, it
hit
was
points
only
at one point.
60.
And you also, yeah, you rolled really low on that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it didn't have the possible Ingrid multiplier.
Yeah, no, it could
Yeah.
have been 120 damage.
I would rather not die, just as a preference.
Yeah.
Call it a
Yeah.
personal preference.
I think that's same for
Okay.
me.
So y'all are doing interviews.
Right.
We got
I mean,
2.
double, it
We
would have only
planned to
been
get all 8 for the break.
double. That would have only been 132. If it had been fair deer, he would have survived.
Oh, and if it was 120, and then yeah, it would have been a lot of damage.
132 is what it would have been.
Yeah, if that's just saying
Yeah.
like that's just a double of like the low roll, but like if it was actually like a high roll, that would have been really, really gross.
Yep.
Well, the best part is I based that damage roll off of Ingrid.
Oh, so you just wanted to kill Rail? Like, okay.
No,
Yeah.
I want to accomplish multiple things, and so we're starting the game back up.
Frizz's player knows more about what those numbers were based off of than the other players, maybe.
Oh,
Wait.
did y'all ever figure out what that string of damage dice was that I posted?
And you posted what they were. You did a confirm. Okay, so we are on to interview 3, and we've been talking to Fair Deer about maybe he should just get the guy's contact information for Cathal so he can hire him occasionally to be his researcher buddy.
I'm still not
Them.
convinced he shouldn't be a.
Okay.
They shouldn't be a permanent hire, but okay. But that may be for character reasons.
Okay, so about 10 minutes after Phoenix leaves, a woman in a black suit with crushed purple velvet epaulets, as well as a cloak with a purple underside, and a tie, purple ascot tie around her neck, comes in, her hair, blonde hair swept off to one side, does a flourish with her right hand and bows low to y'all. Aman, to interview for the position, and flashes y'all a feigned grin.
Pleasure to meet you,
So training wise, we kind of know not to look this candidate in the eyes from our history, right?
Up to
I've
you.
asked in the past if Ingrid would know, like offhand, because of the whole if we visited Clint and if Clint was working with people. So I've asked, and Ingrid's been told not to. I don't know about the rest of you.
Are you going to communicate that?
And let's confirm, vampire, yes, no.
Are you asking her?
I'm asking you.
Me?
Yes.
Make an insight check.
Because Ingrid is great at this.
Well, there you go. More late night stuff.
3.
May just be a person with sharp teeth.
Can't confirm, so I don't think I would tell the whole group. Ingrid usually likes to be sure of stuff before she tells people.
Yeah.
Alright.
Hello.
Hello, Ahmad. We're Second Sight Agency. We have Frizz, and we have Rel Corvino, and Fair Deer, and I'm Ingrid Corvidae.
Pleasure to meet each and every single one of you. How are you all doing today?
Good, and yourself?
Just happy to be out.
So you don't get out often?
I get out as often as I need.
So do you prefer staying indoors?
If that is an option, and I feel like it.
Okay, just trying to get a feel for...
You want to get a feel?
Sorry, that was an awkward time to stop that sentence. Just trying to get a feel for each candidate and where they would be best placed.
Ingrid's
I
giggling.
see. And where do you feel I should be best placed?
So, can you tell us about her? Once I have my voice back, can you tell us about yourself?
Oh, I am a connoisseur of rare and interesting thoughts.
Um,
Oh, can you read minds?
Can you?
Question. I don't think I can, but I would be willing to learn.
Then
If
yes.
you can teach that.
It wasn't so much. Okay.
um,
That wasn't the question.
Ingrid just
An answer.
continues giggling at them.
so what would you say your strengths are?
I'm apparently very good at flustering calamari.
Racist, okay?
Specious.
There's a difference.
Not to me.
He is an elf.
But, in all fairness, so what would you say would be your strongest points?
I am quite quick on my feet. Smart as a whip. And do you need more?
Yes, some. Have you
I am
worked before?
exceptionally charming. Yes. Have you?
In what position have you worked before?
Oh, I'm an expert in many positions.
Good. Could you name a few, mainly of employment?
Oh, interrogation, information, transmission.
So you
Many
would say that you're
issues.
good at communications.
Oh, yes. Quite excellent at communicating.
Right.
Press me down a piece of paper and slide it over to Ingrid.
Are there any other...
What does the
s-
paper say?
The paper says, "Are we allowed to sleep with our employees?"
Ingrid just puts a big question mark, and then Faradir does, maybe, question mark, and passes it back.
Faradir writes no.
No,
With
this
an
is just
asterisk.
Chris and Ingrid passing notes. You'd have to
You
take
have
a-
Spice Murmur for this exact purpose.
No,
No,
because
but
they're
we're
still talking out
passing
loud. And even
Well,
she
no,
can still
it's
read our
not
minds, so
copy
it doesn't
with
matter.
Spice Murmur. So, but no, we're just passing notes because it's more fun, I think.
I'm not trying to hide it from her. I'm trying to hide it from you, Faradir.
Okay.
I'll write back. I think Rail definitely does, and then slide it back over.
This is true.
Hey, Ingrid, question mark. Maybe? I don't think we have a policy on it. Let's not let Rail do a vote and then passes it back.
So while they're having their peanut gallery shenanigans, I'm going to ask. Shoot, what's the name again?
Amon.
Amon. I'm going to ask Amon, what interested you in this position?
Oh, that it was there.
Right. Would you care to tell us a little bit about your last place of employment?
Oh, no. Thank you for asking, though.
Should have expected that. One moment.
Mhm.
I can tell you that I do some
Sorry about that.
work on the side as personal employment of myself.
Okay.
Mhm.
What do you do?
Oh, interesting things.
Such as
Things that are interesting.
pertaining to,
Oh, my interests.
which are...
Many.
Okay, so let's say that we had a task to get a cat out of a tree. And it was like about 3 stories up. How would you get said cat out of tree?
I'd be very impressed with the cat's climbing ability. And then I would probably coax the cat down in as safe a manner as possible. Cats are very susceptible to convincing.
So you like animals?
I don't dislike them, though not all animals like me. How much of you is an animal?
He is an elf.
We're
think
technically
about
all
25%.
animals.
Well, do you like me?
So, for your previous employer, do you would they be able to give you some sort of recommendation?
I doubt they would even remember me.
Could you elaborate on that?
So you're forgetful, to say the least.
Would
No,
you
they are
elaborate
very
on that?
I could, but I don't know if they remember me or not.
But do you see your future here as being forgetful too? Forgettable too.
I don't know yet. I would hope not. In fact, I kind of hope that I form many fun memories.
Well, here at Second Sight NC, we definitely are all about fun memories.
We are.
We are.
I
You
mean,
are.
we could put a memo out about it.
How exciting. I would want to make sure everyone read that. Of course, that's a little presumptuous of me, I suppose.
Okay,
But you
so
don't mind a little presumption, do you?
if
No,
we
no,
were
no.
to hire you, where would you see yourself best fitting into our organization?
Oh, I'm quite flexible at fitting into organizations.
There it is.
I don't know. I rather like this candidate, and I don't have any particular questions.
I
don't
have
any questions
several,
either, to be honest.
but
Well, then ask away.
do you have any questions for us?
Oh, I've asked many, but I've gotten few answers. That's okay, I don't mind.
Okay, it has been a very ongoing conversation. Thank you.
So if we hire you, what sort of any special conditions that you would require for your employment?
Privacy, or lack thereof.
Right.
Well, as I mentioned to some earlier, I have little to hide.
I mean, we all hide something, and she kind of tugs at her ascot a bit.
And that is true.
Okay.
I mean,
I
no
would
one
like
is
to
going
make
to
an
bear
insight
their
check.
full truth.
Is she actually trying to hide anything with this, or is she just flirty as hell for the hell of it?
Make an insight check.
Also, is she wearing makeup? Ingrid wants to know.
No.
That is 27.
She may just be flirty as fuck. Or she could actively be trying to hide something. It's a difficult read. She could be both.
Alright. Do you have any... I'm trying to think of the best way to put this without sounding awful.
Oh, please sound awful.
Do you have any ethical restrictions on the sort of tasks you can carry out?
I mean, a flexible ethical core is very useful in fitting into organizations.
Mm-hmm.
And on that note, any outstanding warrants?
Oh, I'm sure there's probably one or two. I mean, who doesn't go through their life without picking up a issue or two with the law if you're having a exciting life.
I suppose it's just
Exactly.
typically when we pick up warrants, it's for other people's arrest.
That's what we've tried. I wouldn't say we've entirely succeeded at that.
Well, you know what they say. Effort is 90% of the game.
Let's, Okay. Any further questions?
From me or for you?
From anyone? In this room?
You know what? I'm going to ask her the memory question. It's to the best of your knowledge, have you ever been had memories removed, false memories added, or been placed under any sort of mind control or other such condition?
A few times,
gonna
but
just-
almost entirely
Rail is gonna be
consensual.
Right.
Oh, how is your penmanship?
Rail's going to make that a form question here.
I am quite excellent with the pen.
I hope that's not another one of those things like Aldra and the flute. Ingrid looks kind of pouty now.
So, I think that concludes this interview. Please leave
Nothing
your
else I can
information.
do for you?
Nope. Oh, well, if you could leave your information with Cathal as you leave, and we'll contact you should we wish to proceed.
So you want my information? Good to know.
Yes.
And she kind of struts out.
Okay, next.
I think she might be fun to hire. I don't know how much of an asset she'll be to the company.
Oh no, she will be a great asset. I think we should hire her.
Frizz, it's not your money, it's the company's money.
I mean, I think we can all agree she
Well-
had assets.
Mm-hmm.
She's gonna get me in trouble with my wife.
Then don't cheat on your wife.
Well,
Luckily for you, I don't have a wife that I know of. Yet, at least.
I'm just going to. Is Mavana in the room or is she like outside?
Yes.
I don't know.
Yeah.
She's been at the corner,
Reason-
back in the room.
She
when-
never leaves.
She never She basically, if you do not need her, she generally falls back to one of the corners of the room to be out of the way and keep an eye on what's going on.
My first thought was that she was putting on that persona to try to distract us from something, but it might just be her.
Do you think she's a vampire?
I think we have an hour to move on for
Distinct possibility.
5 candidates, so.
Right.
There's a soft giggling sound from above the table, and a lyrical, almost rhyming language issues from towards the center of the table. Does anyone speak Sylvan?
I do.
You do?
I don't think I do.
I do not.
Wait,
All right.
actually, let me.
So Fairdeer is the only person who understands this. Is like, hi, I'm Cam. I'm here to interview, and it is a pleasure to meet you.
Hey, Cam. These are my associates. Ingrid. I'm Farrier. This is Rail.
Is this Helen Sylvan? For you, fair dear.
Yeah, probably answering back in Sylvan. And this is Frizz. And I'm gonna say in comment. Looks like I'm gonna probably have to translate for us for this
I need
one.
everyone to make a perception check for me.
19.
23 for
perception.
Watcher, only like 8 for me.
26.
Or 10, I think, for me. I don't remember. Something low-ish.
Well. Do I not have? I thought I had comprehend languages for some reason.
All right. As Fairdeer lists each of you, there is a motion in the air directly in front of your face for a second before it moves on.
And I'm guessing that saying their name is going to be obviously in common. But
Yeah, their name is their name. I mean,
exactly.
even when I'm doing Spanish, my name is still Brian.
Exactly. So,
Or James, or Giernos, or...
So
Well,
I'm
ask our interviewee if they know common. Would you, or perhaps Elvish? I know Elvish.
are you familiar? And I'm saying this in Sylvan. Are you familiar with either Common or Elvish?
Nope, I am not. Sorry.
They are not.
There is a little tap from the table.
right. I'm going to use True Vision, True Sight, whatever. That from the coin ability, True Sight.
Okay, I
True
need you
seeing.
to roll one of your HD.
Do you think our candidate could write down the questions back and forth with you? Then I could at
So-
least read them.
I mean, I
You
could
have True Sight for
translate.
the next 3 hours.
I could translate and
Okay.
write them for you. Sure.
Oh, never mind. That's fine.
All right, Rail. As your vision fogs for a second and then goes clear, you see a maybe 8 inches tall female figure with green skin, wearing what looks like a dress made out of leaves with violently red hair and just a cascading crown of flowers weaved into her hair, and down along its tresses kind of light green butterfly wings vibrating behind her as she is standing on the table, holding what looks like a small wooden staff.
So, how did you hear about this position?
Oh, a friend of mine that was working for the Izzet said that he saw a notice and he told me, and so I came.
Interesting.
So, are you like spies murmur telling us, or like telling us in the room, or?
Yeah, I figure I'm just kind of translating to Common aloud.
Hey, ask if the friend is Spanner.
Is your friend's name happen to be Spanner?
No?
Okay. So, can you tell us about yourself?
Oh, yes. I am a pixie of the Arden. We are kind of migratory, but I kind of want to stay in this area for a while, so I'm not migratory anymore. But sorry, used to talking about the cloud. Anyway, hi, I'm Kame.
Hi, Kame.
As you, Verdir, or sorry, Rel, since you're the only one who can actively see her right now, her eyes, when she was talking about the cloud, changed from their kind of light grayish to purple blue for a second before she returned to talking to y'all, and her eyes returned to gray colored.
That's when she talked about the cloud, you said?
Yes.
So, what would you say are your strengths?
She flutters a little bit. It's like, I'm good at people not noticing me. I'm funny. I can make, and she like, well, you see her wave her hand for a second, and 4 multicolored lights just kind of appear around her, and as she casts a spell, she actually becomes visible for a second before she just whoops and vanishes again.
So we see her now for just a second.
Yeah.
I don't suppose there's a way for you to be visible for us, would there?
Sorry. Yeah, and she like and turns back to visibility. The 4 little globes that she made kind of dance around her and then congeal into like a tiny secondary fairy that she kind of shakes its hand and then turns and bows to y'all.
That's very entertaining.
Quite
Very
solid.
pretty.
Any other skills?
Yes.
Such as?
Alright, what would you say your other useful skills are?
I can find magic, and I can do this. And she flutters up in the air and does a back loop, and then spins in a circle, and then drops down onto her tiptoes.
I mean, I can't do that.
It was very impressive.
That is true. Those are some skills that could be quite useful.
So, is there a particular position you are looking to apply for, or we're interested in?
Do you have a tiny house?
We could make one.
I would love to keep up your tiny house.
Right.
What about helping with mushroom maintenance?
Ooh, mushrooms are fun.
I mean, Ingrid, that's your specialty.
A Faraday wanted some for his room. So, things we should ask. Things that would fit into the things Cathal gets people to do that we're not sure what they are.
Do you mind domestic work?
No, I don't mind. What's domestic?
You know, we don't have a receptionist anymore.
An invisible receptionist?
I kind of like the idea, honestly.
Because, you know, someone that could just take notes and stuff, but of course the lack of common could be a slight problem.
Right. I don't suppose. Well, I'm sure we can find some sort of position that matches your skill set. I don't suppose you might be interested in learning a new language or teaching yours. Or perhaps both?
Oh, sure, yeah. I'm fine with that, yeah.
I mean, if Cam did learn common, she could be a very good receptionist, I think.
That is true.
And I mean, we don't really have like a waiting lobby area, so she just kind of have to like stay at the front, inside or outside, and greet people and take notes and get Cathal so that Cathal doesn't slam the door in my face.
Yeah, she'd be good at taking notes without being, you know, noticeable.
That's true. A lot of times people don't notice that I'm there.
I mean, I think that would be good, you know, if we're interviewing people. For instance, that would be possibly useful.
So you like the area and you want to stay now?
Yeah, that's it. I want to stay here for at least maybe a while, a time, a sprinkling.
Okay. Do you get along well with goblins?
I get along good with everything.
I didn't have any other questions, really.
Do you think you have any weaknesses?
Oh, sometimes people don't know I'm there.
Right.
Now, Verder, if we select this employee, you're going to be one of the people helping train, you know. You and whoever Cathal assigns, because we can't help train this employee because we don't know Sylvan.
Sure. I'll have to...
So if we pick Cam, it's going to have to be mostly on your recommendation.
Well, we'll figure something out if that were the case.
At this point, she just launches into a litany of questions like, who are you? How old are you? How tall are you? Why is your hair that color? What does that thing do? What does this button do? What's in this cup?
Honestly,
And those
at
are
this
all for
point,
Fair to figure out to answer.
if we don't hire her at this point, it's gonna break my heart a little bit. She's just precious.
Now, when she writes receptionist notes for us in Sylvan, I could still read them. I just can't talk to her.
Yeah.
Interesting.
She goes around the table and gives each of y'all a hug on the arm.
Aww.
Tiny had pets.
She makes a happy little, like, buzzing sound at that.
Hermes, don't peck at her. I don't care how much she looks like a bird. Don't. Just don't.
But what if we don't have a tiny house right now?
It's okay. I can use a bigger house.
Are you good with trees?
I'm good with trees.
What if they're not properly living trees? Are you still good with trees?
I'm good with trees.
Okay.
Her eyes, you notice, have gone from gray to a bright blue.
I don't have any more questions, Fair Dear.
Can you tell us about the cloud?
Her eyes turn kind of purpley. It's like they're going to keep moving on, but I want to stay here.
Does it glow?
What?
Never mind. At least I made Ziz laugh.
How long is the thing here? Is it more of a temporary thing, or are you thinking more long term?
I don't know.
She
It's
doesn't
now
know.
thing.
Good answer.
I don't know if she has a
Hi.
really
She
good
waves
concept
and
of time.
Just winks out.
Okay. Well, that was an interesting interview. I think we're going to have to see mostly based on Fair Dear's vote on this one, though. And I don't know what the training budget is for training languages, but we would have to talk to Cathal about that before we make a final selection, I think.
Yeah.
Because I think we really are going to need her to know common, or unless Cathal has a different task for her that is not receptionist. That was just my best guess. I mean, Cathal might have work for her either way.
True.
Okay. Next interview?
The heavy scent of rosemary and brimstone fills the room as this figure in dark robes with red piping emerges from the side room. The hood pulled up over their head, a blank white mask over their face showing just two kind of yellow-red eyes through it. A pair of curling horns juts out from under the hood and forward and up. Andras, to speak with you about the position that you have.
Certainly. Could you tell us a little bit about yourself?
I am applying for this position under the assumption that there will be work to be done that is meaningful.
Certainly. We're just trying to figure out to make sure that we, should we hire you, we give you meaningful work. What kind of work would be meaningful to you?
Work that is important, that helps, or alters, or changes, or reflects upon the world and those involved in it.
Okay. Have you done such work before?
Of course,
Can you elaborate on a few examples?
those are not my tales to tell.
Okay. Can you give us somebody we could get a reference from?
I don't think it works like that in this case, fair dear. I would say he might be right that things tend to get altered more than we intend around here, so in that respect, it probably is true that it might be something he's looking for.
I mean, we definitely get some unusual work. And I'd say a lot of it is important, but it's not always important. Some tasks may seem small, but we really wish for people to apply themselves equally to both the small and the big tasks. Would that be something that you would have trouble with?
Not at all. Every action is of importance to those who take it.
Good. I'm glad to hear that.
Figure kind of cants its head to the side. You see, from around its waist, a spade-like tail uncurls, shifts position, and then recurls around the waist.
Those have been very weighty statements so far. Since most people tend to stay around here, what do you tend to do in your off hours for fun?
I enjoy baking.
Oh, yeah.
Ingrid is making notes in the notebook.
What kind of things do you bake?
Rolls, breads, sweetmeats.
Right. So what attracted you to this job offering?
Well, it is a job. It is an offer. One must apply oneself. But there are certain communities within certain areas that have heard of deeds done, and one must witness greatness to understand it.
So you would see yourself in sort of going out in the field?
I don't think that's exactly... Oh, never mind. Go ahead with your question, Fair.
Or would you rather stay indoors?
I am willing to undertake what must be done in the moment.
A little dramatic, this one. Indirectly over the spy's murmur via Hermes.
And I say over
The moment born and all things grow, behold that which walks the path.
It could be a language barrier. Not everybody speaks Common as their first language. That's over the spy's
So
murmur.
I guess that's you got back in response. Okay.
Yeah. Out of character, I hope I'm not, like, steamrolling everybody with this, but...
But what does Fairdeer think?
He's a little undecided. This person definitely, has, thinks of this stuff as important, which Fairdeer does like.
So what does Faraday say?
I'm impressed with your commitment. What would you say your greatest weakness is?
Longevity.
Could you elaborate on that?
Longevity is the length of time in which a person is expected to survive.
Longevity for you, longevity for the company.
Yes.
I mean,
So you are saying you get bored sometimes?
Do not we all when we are stuck? Boredom is the greatest motivator, though. It is what drives us to innovate, to experiment,
experiment. Have you
to mute
experimented?
the headset just in time as you sneeze.
So have you done any experimenting? Could you elaborate on
Of
that?
sorts. One cannot dabble in the sciences without experimentation of some nature.
Oh, so you are familiar with the sciences.
There are many sciences,
Yes.
some darker than others. I am familiar with many.
Could you give us a few examples of specific sciences that you're...
The sciences of the body, the sciences of the mind, the sciences of the soul, and of fear.
Right.
do you have
Would
any...
you care to elaborate on that?
On what?
The last bit.
There is a method to everything, including the emotional reaction that many have. Understanding what triggers that reaction is useful.
Have you ever pursued any of these professionally?
I have pursued many.
Yes, but professionally. Like, say, under the advisement of a guild?
No,
I see.
just under my own power, for my own deeds.
Though you do wear colors that would be indicative of a guild.
A family affectation, not an allegiance.
Okay.
Alright then. Excuse me. So, what do you see your employment with this agency? How do you see your agency looking?
Dramatic.
I feel like I walked into that one.
Sorta.
So
Do you-
I've been asking some people the practical question of, since it's been mentioned by our office manager that put everyone in the waiting room about the task of getting a cat down from a tree, I've been asking people what their takes would be. So suppose we have a task to get a cat down from a tree that's about 3 stories tall. How would you do so?
Ensure that the tree never existed.
Could you please elaborate?
Frizz, you're the one with potentially relevant expertise there.
Well, I mean, sure, I guess. If you don't want a tree to exist, then you just have it for existing. There are plenty of ways to do it.
Well,
But
I mean, like, if the tree didn't exist, then there also wouldn't be the job contract. So,
So, good thinking, but some issues with workability, let's say.
no,
Doesn't
no,
matter
no,
so
no.
much
We
what
just
you
have
can do,
badly defined parameters. So, within the parameters, of the tree exists and the cat is there and it's 3 stories up and we have the job contract to move the cat down, then with the interest of the cat should probably be alive to give to said client, what would your application be?
There is a long moment as they seem to be deep in thought for a moment.
You're on mute.
And you're muted.
No creature remains within a burning tree.
Right then.
Okay, so new parameters. The tree and the cat must
And we
remain
mentioned getting the cat
intact.
down healthy.
I was gonna say thank you for your interest. I mean, no, I'm not going to just kind of like end it there. But Rail is clearly looking uncomfortable.
Ingrid writes down, needs more specific guidance task-wise. in her
Any...
notebook.
So, do you know any languages other than Common?
Infernal.
Okay, do you have any questions for us?
Abyssal.
Oh, sorry.
I'm going to actually ask in Abyssal, where did you learn Abyssal, if you don't mind my asking?
It's a family affectation.
Right. What colors is he wearing again?
He is wearing black robes with. He is wearing black robes with red piping and a blank white mask that only shows his eyes and a pair of horns out from under his hood.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any questions for us?
None that can be answered with words.
Okay. I think we can conclude this interview, unless anybody has any objections.
None whatsoever for me.
I would say thank you for your time. Don't call us, we'll call you. Not in so many words, but Rail is like, yeah. Rail is gonna be a no vote on this person.
I
Yeah,
think I'm
no.
okay on questions for now. Thank you for stopping by.
The smell of rosemary and brimstone linger in the room for about 10 minutes after he leaves.
Rosemary's baby? I don't know.
Ingrid, could you dissipate the smell with your...
Oh, yeah, I think I can clean the air. First probably could too. He's got that vacuum contraption.
Mm-hmm.
Either
I
way,
definitely do.
you know, some people have allergies.
So what do you think? That was quite weighty an audience, wasn't it?
We already have
Yeah.
I mean...
I don't see how that relates.
Yeah. That
I
doesn't
just
relate,
think
but,
that we already have the, you know, demonic demigod within our facility. Do we really need
But we
two?
don't
They kind of
know
clash.
that is necessarily demonic. I mean, no one's ever asked
He's
that.
not of this world.
Well, assuming we confirm that has fallen, then he's not of this world, and then we don't know what particular because we have not confirmed anything.
Anyways, I think we should move on to the next candidate.
All right. Emerging from the room next is a not short figure, but not overly tall either. Lean muscled, bare-chested, wearing a kilt of chains that have been woven, bright red skin, a coif of chain, as well as a veil covering the head, leaving only bright yellow eyes visible. tattoos and scarification run across the bare chest and down each of the arms, with arcane runes carved roughly into the skin as the figure approaches.
Can I do an Arcana check to figure out what those arcane runes are?
Sure, go ahead.
So does the figure seem male or female?
Masculine.
Okay.
16.
The runes appear to be abjuration and containment based.
Huh.
Zapar. Alash.
Zipper?
Zapar.
I'm more of a Velcro man myself.
Frizz, don't make us have to force you into acceptance training. All are welcome here at Second Sight Agency.
Yeah, I never said they weren't.
Hi, we're Second Sight Agency. I'm Ingrid Corviday. This is Fairdear, Rel Corvino, and that jokester's Frez. Welcome, Zafar. Would you like to tell us a little bit about yourself today?
I am a individual with a specialization in restraint and protection.
I see. Can you give any specific examples?
In the manner of restraining, I am an expert in many forms of physical as well as psychological and spiritual restraints. In defensive measures, I am not as expert, but it is quite difficult to penetrate or unravel the defenses that I enact.
I see. And
Would you like to?
So I have an example. So if we found a mechanic globe, which is supposed to contain spirits, how would you go about advising, researching, and looking for such said thing?
I would make sure that all aspects of what are being researched are in such a manner as that they are unable to injure or endanger those involved. Before I would suggest proceeding in whatever methodology would work best for that particular endeavor.
so, would you say that your methods are physical, magical, or both in nature?
I would say I am versatile.
Okay.
So what
And
has brought you to the Second Sight Agency today?
A number of incidents has brought word of a unique business opportunity that I felt would be worth exploring with you all, if that is an acceptable answer.
do you have any references?
I have a few familial references that I could point you towards if needed.
And have you ever done this work professionally, restraining and protection?
Oh, yes.
Any references from that
Oh.
work?
A handful.
Okay.
Fair dear, you know you never actually go ask the people for the references.
I hope that was of Spy's Murmur.
No, it wasn't, because it's Ingrid.
Damn it.
If you like, I can bring several of
Even
them
though
to
Spy's member, he's right in front of us. He would still hear us talking.
Well, Spice Murmur can be telepathic. They would just kind of see us going blank and looking like we're thinking about stuff.
Oh.
And it's very awkward.
Yeah.
Sure, fair enough. Alright, fair enough.
So your specialization in restraint and protection, would you say that you're able to do this in a way that would cause no lasting damage to a subject?
depends on the amount of resistance to the restraint. If one struggles too much or the chains bind too tightly, there is always a risk of injury. But one cannot be risk adverse in certain fields. One must be willing to take chances and try new things.
So say hypothetically your job was to restrain somebody with the specific instruction that they must be alive and relatively unharmed after the encounter. Would you be able to make a judgment call as to whether you would be able to do that or not?
I would be quite capable of making that judgment call. And quite comfortable as well.
Okay.
Alright. I'm going to ask the mind control question, because why the heck not?
No,
Have you ever been...
no. But I am certain that if the situation called for it, I could muster it.
Okay. Do you have... Sorry. Anybody else have any questions?
Like, I was just reacting. I didn't have follow-up.
Okay. Do you have any questions for us?
None that I would ask you in front of your friends.
Do you have any questions about the position?
None that I would ask in front of your friends.
Are you good at taking orders?
If it behooves me to follow the directives of others.
Assuming if you had this position, you would have to obey the orders of your superiors. Would you be okay doing that?
That would require a superior. Are you claiming that role?
If you were to be employed, I would be one of them, yes.
You can't see his face, but you get the impression of a grin under the veil. It's like, well, that would be interesting.
I do not hold myself to his statements in any manner. Just saying.
Is there something you would like to hold yourself to?
You offered a demonstration earlier.
Most happily.
Okay, with the idea of no killing and no permanent damage.
Verdi, are you volunteering?
Yes.
Right. What's your AC?
15.
You should probably get up from the table first so it doesn't get scratched.
Well, yeah, I'm getting up and like sort of in a few paces facing each other type of.
Is your AC does a 21 hit?
Yes.
All right. The kilt kind of partially unravels, and 4 chains lash out from it, wrapping around first the legs, then the arms, and then one around the throat, and then one just kind of the hooked end of one lightly caresses along the cheek for a second. You do take. It's not rolling. Come on, D&D Beyond. Okay, fine. I'll do it on.
You know, I was almost worried I wouldn't have to heal anybody today.
You take 11 points of slashing damage from the sharp edges, and you are restrained.
It's morning. I wouldn't be so sure about not needing to heal people ever.
Okay.
So, Fader,
Also,
how's
just to check,
the job application looking?
What is it? What is the roll to resist?
Who said you get to roll to resist?
I'm assuming with a restraint.
You would try to break it on your turn if you were trying to break it. Is that what you're trying to do?
Yes.
Good luck.
Let's see here.
Watch the sharp bits.
+8 to hit, reach 10 feet, 1 target, 11 slashing damage, target is grappled. Okay, make just make either a dexterity or a strength check. Just roll those straight.
I'll make a dexterity. That would be a 21.
You can. It takes a bit.
I'm gonna
but
reduce it by a d4.
Okay.
3.
Really?
So that's -3.
So what's the total then?
18.
What, 18 then?
You can't
Why?
move out of the thing. You feel like you're starting to shift around, and the chains just clench tightly.
Okay.
And you take another 7 damage.
Stop resisting. Also, just make sure this came from his kilt, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm really glad it's chains that wrapped around him.
Is it clear that, like, did Frizz visibly do anything?
No, it's an ability, so it does not necessarily have any verbal or semantic components.
It's just
Okay.
bending luck.
So
That's
what
all
do
it
you
is.
think of the job applicant, Fair
Yeah, I'm going to, I'm assuming I can just Misty Step right out of it. I'm just like,
He went shh when you have permission, and that last chain clamps over Faradir's mouth.
Well, I mean, we're in the middle of, checking you
Interviewing.
for the job, and he's helping with the demonstration. I think we probably need his opinion on it.
Yes, please release Faradir.
Oh, certainly.
Have to, only if you feel like it.
He stands there for a good minute before the chains slack and drop Faradir.
so why couldn't I
Not
Misty Step?
because I was told to. I'm sorry, what?
Why couldn't I cast Misty Step?
Oh, he put something over your mouth. Misty Step has a verbal component.
Okay.
So, Faradir, what did you think of the job applicant?
I mean, he has good, he's definitely skilled in it. I'm a little concerned about following orders.
What do you mean? Followed orders just fine.
Yeah, there's gonna need to be another discussion about that internally.
I mean, we do have the thing we were looking into with the spirit capture, and, in case we get bounties, that could be a good person to take with us. I think it definitely requires some talking about.
Yeah, there's definitely going to need to be some,
Ingrid's saying this before he's left, by the way.
yeah.
You can't tell if he's grinning, but you get the impression that he is still just standing there smiling.
Okay, we'll see.
If there's nothing else you would like demonstrated. And then he turns and leaves.
Yeah.
Yep.
Interesting.
He definitely had flair.
That's one way of putting it, yes. Call me undecided.
Little concerned about following orders.
I mean, to
I
be fair, I think he follows orders better than you do.
You did sass him quite a whole bunch, being all like, "Oh, I'm your better," kind of thing. I mean, you were quite sassy with the new possible employee.
If they're my employee, they need to be able to take my orders.
I mean, are they
That
our
one might
employees
not
or
be
are
the
they
best
Cathal's?
choice for you.
Agreed. Okay.
But I mean, we are still going to want Cathal's input on these two.
Do
I
we
mean, it's
wanna-
a very good point.
Move on, or are we concerned about timing?
A slight cough
forward,
and a elf with a very wispy beard approaches the table. He's maybe 5'3", blonde hair matching coloration of the beard, though it's very thin and hard to actually see color on it. Wearing just a blue doublet and brown pants. He has a wooden medallion of a open eye on a rope chain around his neck. It's like, hi. Aloses.
Oh.
Y'all were are y'all still doing interviews?
Yes.
We are.
Excellent, excellent. Happy to, and he kind of half bows towards y'all.
Hi, we're the Second Sight Agency. I'm Ingrid Corvidae. This is Fairdeer, Rel Corvino, and Frizz.
Pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet each of you. Hello.
So, what would you say you could bring to our organization?
I am a eager and proactive learner.
Is there something you in
Interesting.
particular proactively learned for today?
Common.
And how long did that take?
6 hours.
Impressive, impressive.
What other things do you know?
Do you have a preference of things to be learned?
I mean, anything useful is nice to know.
Have you tried teaching others?
No.
Do you have any interest in teaching others?
I can try.
So what other languages do you know?
Elven.
You have a very young feel for you for being Elven. What is your age?
I'm 26.
26 equivalent or 26?
26.
Mm-hmm.
Quite young. too young.
Are you in fact Elven? I'm worried about hiring issues of you, perhaps.
Yeah, my parents are.
Have you been employed before?
No.
Do you have permission to work at this age?
Yeah, I was told to get a job.
Oh, well, can't argue with being told to get a job young.
So what other things have you learned?
I mean, I know how to trance.
Do you have an interest in mechanics, machinery, that sort of stuff?
Yes. Maybe?
Maybe? I'll ask what personal interest do you have. Do you have any personal interests?
Oh, I like poetry and, raising, that's the word for it. Lilies.
Oh, those are
Okay.
quite difficult.
Oh, and orchids.
That's fascinating.
So, if there was a cat in a tree, and the tree was, around about 3 stories-ish height, and we needed to get it out for a job without hurting the cat, what would you do to get the cat down?
I would tell shorter stories.
You would. Sorry, pardon?
I would tell shorter stories so the tree's not as tall.
Faradir actually chuckled because he got stories. It's a homonym.
Oh dear. Okay.
He just learned common in 6 hours.
So,
Give him a
If the
break.
tree were about 30 feet high, and there were a cat in it, and we needed to get the cat down.
I'll explain this in Elven just to make sure that he understands what.
He blinks as you repeat. It's like, you know he's copying you, right?
He's trying to do it in a way that'll get you to give a concrete physical example instead of a story example. Ingrid says that in Elven.
Ah. I would ask the 30 people to move away from each other.
So Ingrid puts a little illusion up. It's an image, and it shows the 30-foot tree and him and the cat in scale. It's like,
That's so cool.
so more of as a practical thing, like if say that was you at that height,
He's poking the illusion.
it will be fainter when you poke it. You won't see it as well. And so the cat was up here in the tree,
He's
And
wiggling
the-
his fingers in it.
and the task was to get the cat down without hurting the cat. And you were you, but at that size. And the tree was this size, and the cat was right there. What would you do as part of a job to get the cat down?
Oh, I guess get a really tall ladder or a slightly less tall tree.
Well,
And then have the cat jump from that tree to the next, and then get an even shorter tree, and then have the cat jump from that tree to that tree, and then keep on doing that.
I find this answer semi-acceptable.
Do you have any questions for us?
Well, I think it's fine.
It's not the worst answer we've gotten today.
That's an answer.
No, I don't think so.
Yes.
I mean, are y'all hiring still?
We'll get back to you on that. Anybody else have any questions?
We are still, we haven't made selections yet. So you would know later today if you get selected.
Oh, okay. Is it cool if I hang out in the place with all the swords for a little bit longer? It was really cool in there.
Ask your parents first.
Fair
He's
dear.
old enough, you're fine.
He's a minor. He can't accept
He's told-
liability.
He's told to get a job. Have fun.
No. Don't touch anything. You can look, but you can't touch.
He is gone maybe
How old are you
5
again?
minutes. Oh, I'm 26.
26, he said.
In Elven.
So I was saying Faradir. Faradir.
No, 26.
I don't know.
Faradir
Oh, that's
is
true.
37, I think.
Faradir is
Now,
4.
see, not even that big of a difference.
Almost. From
Technically,
what he
yes.
remembers.
Faradir is 4, technically, yeah.
See, now we're getting into
See you.
questions of...
He's gone for about 5 minutes, and then you hear a crash, and then him shouting like, "I'm okay."
I
Okay,
told
that's
him
good.
not
Be
to
more
touch.
careful.
You break anything,
No,
you
it's
buy
fine.
it.
And I guess we'd have to hire him for him to have money to buy it then, Faradir.
I think we need
Yeah.
to, like, refer him to a
less likely to
florist.
murder us in our sleep intentionally.
Oh, we're at 1 left, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
we
some
have...
of the candidates that might murder us in our sleep were very interesting, though.
Yeah.
How many
Hey.
Oh,
were we
yeah.
to hire?
Large Luxodon squeezes through the door frame. 2 heavy bags under their eyes, wearing just a simple kind of day dress of sorts. A little gold ball capping the tips of their dress. Like, hi. Sorry, it was a long night. I am Botas. How are you all doing today? Do you need any tea or anything like that?
Tell us about yourself.
Thank you. I don't need any tea.
I think we're doing
How are you
well.
doing?
It is fairly early for us.
Oh, yeah, it is very early. It is so very early.
We have
What
some
hours-
coffee if you want.
No, I don't ever drink this stuff. It keeps me up at night.
What hours do you usually maintain for yourself?
Oh, I try and get to bed early, about 3 or 4 in the morning.
When do you wake up?
Oh, I generally have to be up around 8 or 9
AM or PM?
in the morning. Yes,
That is not a lot of rest.
it's okay. It's fine. I don't mind.
Is it on a regular basis that's your schedule?
I mean, more often than not. I
Why?
can sometimes sleep until 10. I mean, you have to get up in the morning to take care of stuff, chores and errands and stuff like that.
What do you do for the rest of the day?
Oh, work around the house, clean up, fix stuff, more errands, more chores, and then clean stuff, and then, read or play something, music.
So, if you were to be hired here, who would take over all that?
I would probably still keep doing it for myself.
So,
Would you be
what
moving
hours?
here, or would you be keeping your own residence?
Oh, I can move here. Yeah, that's no problem. Sorry, it's really early.
Oh, by the way, I'm Ingrid Corvidae. This is Faradir. There's Rail Corvino and Frizz. Nice to meet you.
Hi, I'm Botas.
Yes, you did say.
Do you have any particular skills other than housework?
Oh, I mean, I have a smattering of, day to day. I can fix some stuff. I can, just general growing food, fixing things that break. I'm okay at sewing.
Okay.
So, what do you like to read? You mentioned reading.
Oh, just whatever happens to be cheap at the stall.
Do you have any questions for us?
Do y'all have a book allowance?
Not as
If we don't, we
such.
should.
I keep extra books in my office.
Oh, that's a good place to keep them. I stack them up by the bed or by the door the door.
Did you see the library here yet? It's not all fantasy type fun things though.
No, not yet. Is it near? And she kind of points in a very vague general direction.
Ingrid will walk her over.
Oh wow, y'all have a lot of books in here, and they're like really thick too.
I think Athal reads the most of them. Sometimes I read them in the middle of the night.
I don't have any more questions.
I think we're good.
Okay. It was nice meeting you all. I'm going to go and take a nap. Okay.
Okay. Have a good one.
Okay.
Sorry. You've
Yeah,
got me
like
yawning
that.
now. Out of character.
I'm that good of a DM. She kind of like wanders off. You can see through the open door that she goes.
Hey, why in particular did you like this job as an idea?
Oh, you're near a book station.
Yeah, that's like 2 blocks away. Okay, I was just curious.
You'll see her wander across the street to the park, sit down on a bench, and almost immediately fall asleep.
Hopefully she'll be alright there.
Okay.
So, time check wise, I know we're kind of at the end of the day. Do we want to spend a little extra time to talk about the candidates and stuff?
Yeah, I just feel like if we
Absolutely.
come back to it, we'll forget these people, so.
To some
Sure.
extent, yeah.
So, is there anyone we want to try to rule out?
Phoenix? Phoenix? I don't like him. Or them. Oh, damn it, you got me doing it now, god damn.
I quite liked, well, I quite liked the Pixie, and I am cautiously in favor of Amon. Depends if they're
Yeah,
work ethic
Amon, number
Amon.
1.
I do not want Amon.
depending on their work ethic.
Amon.
Yeah, the fact that we don't know after an interview is kind of problematic.
You could ask for a second interview.
Or
Yeah.
I could not.
That's for
More
a second
intimate
interview.
setting, perhaps. Maybe just the two of you.
So,
Yeah.
is there anyone
I
that
think
did really like Phoenix? I feel like Fairdeer could maybe get him as an occasional lab buddy to help organize things or with his slime research, but I feel like company-wise, maybe we could rule out Phoenix.
Them.
I said to help him, meaning Fairdeer.
Oh,
It
okay.
seems,
At least I thought that's what I had on my sentence. I may have used it more than once.
I thought that you were correct too.
Anyway.
Sorry, I
Um,
may
Perfect.
just be like
Okay, Mike.
in the correct them mode thanks to someone insisting on.
right. Furfur seemed like they might be an asset to our to the organization. I don't know. What do you think?
Hey, I actually don't agree with that. I think Furfur only has, dark vision, and that's really it.
I mean, would be a good possible guard and our scout.
So can Amon.
Goblins have dark vision, right?
Yes, Amon could also be, if that's what she was inclined to and did not leave somewhere to go do something more interesting. I do feel like Furfur would maintain a post if a post was what we wished.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
especially though we already have Cathal, who is
Is
already
in her
freaking-
lab all the time.
It's in lab all the time, but there's also Cathal. I'm sure I set up posts for other things anyway. Like, I don't think we need another person at post.
Anyways.
I think okay. Let's just get that out of the way. I think we can all agree on Kame.
Yes.
Which one was Kame?
The pixie.
Pixie, the awesome
Yes.
one.
Really? I mean, it was very expensive when I needed to be trained in a skill. I mean, we'd be taking on possibly quite a monetary commitment with that one too. Like, say like as much as 4 years of their pay would be to them is what we would be doing to train them to just get them here. And they seemed very shy on the concepts of time and commitment. I'm not sure that would pay off in a fiscal sense.
No, I don't think it would pay off in a fiscal sense. I think it would pay off in an emotional sense, and yeah.
Business pixie.
Business, business, business.
To be fair,
Real, you're the
as far as business
Orzhov
goes, okay, yeah,
Yes.
I think as business goes, Zapar is very good with the business. I think maybe we have a little trouble. Like to give Alosis the benefit of the doubt, even though they're young and a little airheaded. I think that they definitely.
I don't know where to put them because they're just so young that I'm afraid they're a liability.
See, the thing is, they could be either a really bad liability that we could just fire them, or they could be a really good asset as they
One
develop.
second. Hey, Alyssa, you should probably go home now and leave the equipment room.
Okay, thank you.
Don't take anything.
Like, he opens the door, you say that, and he throws an arrow back into the room. Have a nice day.
So,
Honestly, I think about it as Phoenix is like, he's not likable. Phoenix would be a really good hire. Now that I think about it,
Yeah, that's
Frizz
what I'm
definitely
saying.
like Alice's character. Frizz hates him.
Yeah.
M as in them.
But I
Yeah.
think that in terms of being able to do efficiency, I wish he knew Sylvan because then he could teach Kane.
Yeah.
It's a shame he doesn't, but
Toth, I feel like is just going to be reading the entire time, and that's just going to be like a waste of money.
or sleeping.
Or sleeping.
But I think Phoenix would be good at least short term in terms of getting things more efficient because let's be honest, we could probably use some more income. So
I mean,
Yeah.
we could always look into hiring Phoenix out of our own budget for, say, like 1 month and see how things go, and then take them out of the prospects for long-term hires until then.
I'm good with that.
I think that would probably be a better idea to do some for someone like Alosis or something. Because I think, like I said, Phoenix seems like they want perfection. They'd be around for a while to perfect those things. And I think they'd be a better, like, in-house member that just is re-updating the office consistently.
Yeah.
I mean, Alosis has, 6 hours to know common. That's very good. I feel
Mhm.
like the problem solving needs a little work.
Mhm.
I mean,
I
Andres'
still
problem
think
solving might have
Zafar-
actually been better.
I think
Yeah.
Phoenix and Zephyr are the ones that
think
I'm like
Zephyr.
really strong on.
Hang on. Just
and Kane.
Refresh my memory.
but-
How many exactly were we looking to hire? I thought we
4.
were looking to hire 4 people.
Yes.
4. Yeah.
That's what I thought.
So if we did Phoenix, Safar, Kame, and Alosi, just throwing that out there.
Now we want Phoenix? I'm confused.
Yeah, I thought about it more, and I think Phoenix would be a good hire.
And what was the
Especially-
last one you were
So I don't
saying?
know that I
Alosi.
I don't
Alosi.
agree with half of those.
Okay.
I'm kind of iffy on some of those too. I think this is my list.
Okay.
I think Amon is going to be very useful.
Doing what?
Not just ignoring the whole sex. Okay, listen, ignoring all sexiness thing.
And you
that-
have nothing.
I think that she has a very specific set of skills that like could be used a little more under the counter. I'm less of like less things we should be saying aloud. To put it.
We're not opening a brothel.
No, we're not.
That's
opening a
not the new revenue stream, damn it.
brothel. No.
I really liked Andress.
But I think we're pretty solid on Safar,
Are those not
Phoenix.
adorable horns?
Okay, so are we good on Safar, Phoenix, and Alosis? Any objections to those 3?
Objections to 2 of them.
Okay.
2.
But I mean, I really still kind of feel like we should just all pick a candidate. Because I don't think we're going to come to a consensus on this.
Well, I thought that we were just giving our top 4 why, and then we come to
Oh,
a consensus.
okay.
Like, I'm just throwing it out, like, of the 2 between me and Frizz, we seem to agree on Zafar, Phoenix, and Alosis. So,
Yeah, Zafar, Phoenix, and Alonso. I think we agree on those. I think that Ossus is definitely a wild card. I think it's a wild card that will probably pay off.
I mean, if you did learn Common in 6 hours, that's... I mean, that could
Yeah.
It would be quite a lot. It's true.
Yeah.
As a character, I think that like as a player, I think that may also be doing because he might be a knowledge cleric sort of deal.
He
Or, like,
also
instead
was
of
really
tools,
interested
that
in
sort of stuff.
magic and illusions, so...
Which
That could be
is actually
interesting.
cool too.
Now, I feel like I have problematic top 4 picks, yes. I will admit that. But I like Fafar, Amon, Andres, and Zapar.
Okay, so I guess, does
We don't
anybody
know
have
if
any
they're problematic
objections? Do we have any objections to Zapar? Is that one unanimous?
I think Zapari. I'm Rail. What is your top 4?
He had
Hear that first.
severe concern with Sapar.
Agree, but I think
They-
Cathal
they-
could take them.
I think we could deal with Safar and like fire them if it was a problem. I
Yeah.
think that their abilities that they can do very flashy, very powerful, and I think that we do need to capture an angel and a person who can hold, like Faraday like that very easily. Be very beneficial for that. Maybe if it's a
Now-
short-term hire.
Some of our members are not the most discreet in the way they phrase and words and things. I think that would be one of our picks where you must be very, very clear in what you say and not necessarily snark with that person.
Agreed, but I think that he'd be good as a
Extremely clear.
as sort of the heavy muscle / bouncer. Like, honestly, if he were just to sit there and look intimidating, I think that would work.
Mhm.
And that's not a role that's,
I think that actually, I think Zapar would fill in every role that Furfar would be able to cover.
Except,
As a
well, we
guard,
don't know
a
if they can
watch.
see at night. But I think Sapar is pretty
I'm gonna
strong.
assume.
Except
I'm gonna take an
possibly-
assumption.
Except
that because
possibly
of-
being a more trusted person that we would not have to guard ourselves so much against. I think Far has for her going the fact that I think she has some of the least ulterior motives among the groups.
I think Fafar is definitely a swing for me.
No, you know what?
I
I'm gonna
like.
disagree with that. I think that if anyone's gonna have ulterior motives, it'd be for Far. I think that Amon and Zapar were very upfront with their, secretive motives. They weren't even that secretive. They were just very negative motives.
I
They were
think
very upfront.
Andrus.
Yeah, if you were going
was
to go
more-
up front with ulterior motives, you are not going to say anything. Andrus, I think that he has ulterior motives, but he was open that he is up for those ulterior motives. I think Amon is hiding shit. You know what? I think Amon going to be an assassin. I think they're coming to kill us all.
I didn't get that sense, but I.
That's the point. That's exactly because she's a brilliant assassin. You would never get that sense from her.
So, what if we all posted our top pick, and then if there was any overlap, we looked for the last person, or do we want to just vote Sapar in first? I think
I
Ro
think
had
we
some
wanted-
misgivings.
Or
Also, we should probably talk at some point how we're being known in certain circles to end up recruiting people.
Yeah,
That
that may
could
be a little. Yeah.
That said, though,
so
Okay,
That's
I think that would.
I kind of liked the weightier tone on that. It seemed very serious.
For the record,
Mhm.
Equilibrium votes for the devil.
Sapar?
See?
Well,
If
I guess we have to
Equilibrium
go
votes for it, then yeah, we gotta go for
Andrus.
it.
Okay, so our number one pick is Sapar?
Yeah,
I think so.
Zapar definitely.
Over Rail's misgivings, yes.
I think that Zapar, not to mention he is a demon, so that's going to be very upfront about
no, he's
we
not
just
the
need to let
demon.
everyone else
Andrus
know
was the demon, right?
Devil type,
the
right?
devil. Zapar's
Yeah.
devil type, yeah. Demon, devil. Same difference.
It's kind of
Unholy
interchangeable in
creature.
Ravnica.
Sarah Hagel
Oh,
and Ravnica for sure.
okay. So sorry, Andrus is half demon. Okay, I'm sorry. I missed the devil
Yeah.
thing. Okay.
I know. Zapar is definitely the devil, full on. Andros is a tiefling.
Okay.
So from what we can tell, they have a
Devils
mask,
are
so they could
lawful
just be
evil,
honestly
right?
Elemental. No. Okay, so devils in D&D are lawful evil, and demons are chaotic evil. In magic lore, it's the reverse actually. Devils are the chaotic ones, and demons are the lawful ones.
Damn it.
I'm not sure how it's being worked here.
Because I was about to
They're
say,
all
well,
That's a
if he's
demon.
lawful, then.
Interchangeable.
But okay.
Interchangeable.
They're all fiends. I would tell you that Zapar is lawful, just because he was very.
The way.
Yeah. Andros.
Yeah, no,
you're
I could definitely. Andros could be anything.
Yeah.
I think definitely we should get Zapar, and then we should let everyone know the very serious rules about careful what you say. You're talking to a devil, obviously.
I mean, if it's a staff problem, we'd have to, update the whole staff. Just,
I'm saying we can up. Why can't we update the whole staff? That's just
Oh, we can.
the other thing. Yeah, just update the whole staff. Just mention some things too. If you don't need to talk to Zapar, don't talk to Zapar. Just walk away from him.
Yeah, that's totally not a hostile work environment.
I mean, you could just say that Cathal is in charge of Zapar, and anything you need him to do has to go through her.
Or one of us.
Yeah.
So I think our pros and
Directly?
cons are there is he's skilled and also dangerous.
Which is also
Which
a
can
pro.
also be a pro.
Yes and no.
Okay. So after Zapar, who's your second pick? Frizz, you start.
Amon.
I think she's an assassin. We should hire her.
No, I meant to say. I was saying that Furfur is going to be an assassin.
Just because she's from the Undersea, that is horrible.
Ingrid.
Of course she knows
How
poisons
many?
and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Did fail that history check
I
on the Bardian.
haven't assassinated anybody. That, well,
Yeah. Okay, hear me out. Hey, Frizz, you cannot go with me to your guild capital because you will get assassinated. Not everyone in my guild is an assassin.
Well, no, not everybody in the capital's gonna kill you.
I
Only
mean,
certain
she went to
individuals are.
Celestia, she's probably like super mellow.
I'm fairly certain the Selesnya did have assassins at one.
They all did.
The Silent. Okay, but the Selesnya had pretty brutal assassins. The Selesnya is a cult. We're all aware of that, right?
I object to the phrase "had."
They still probably have assassins.
Yes.
They're a cult. I don't think that she is as frail as she is saying she is, or that she looks.
Why don't you check?
I
Have
feel
you
like we
used
can
the
have
whisper jar
a
yet?
situation that may more be realistic to, like, say, Daredevil. That's the best way to say it.
I mean, if you think Fufar's an assassin, I think Amon is more so. But
I don't think Amon is an assassin. She's very upfront. She literally was like, "Yeah, I can read minds. I'm gonna seduce you. I will mess with things no one knows about me." That's very, very upfront.
I don't
she's
know
been more
why
upfront than I
that
have.
translates to a good hire.
Well, I can always just hire her temporarily to come hang out with me when I'm not on vacation and watch the front.
Sure, why do you have to
You
hire
are-
her? Just make friends with her.
I mean,
But we're a business and she'd be hanging out at a business. That doesn't seem like the proper way to do things.
you could invite your friends to hang out.
Yes. Yeah.
As long as they're not, like,
That's-
actually interfering with other people's business. Like, we go see,
Yeah. You go see Devotion all the time. We don't work for Devotion.
exactly.
I mean,
I wouldn't know what you would call his friends Devotion, but I mean, he did give us the friend discount, so technically I think we're friends.
I think I'd have to go there to hang out. I don't think he would come here.
No, but like if he's working quote unquote business, and we go there to hang out, why can't Fufar come here to hang out?
Because she obviously needs money or she
still.
wouldn't be applying for a job.
Okay, so...
Well, she
Okay,
needed
so
money. She definitely wouldn't be working Slushy anyway.
let's just... Okay, so Ingrid, you say Fufar is your second pick? Am I hearing that right?
I like Andres and Fufar a lot.
Okay. Rail? I guess your next two picks?
I am still leaning. I'm still leaning Kane, but I can understand that I'm biased on that.
I mean, you could go find out how much it would cost for training and get back with us.
Fair.
I mean, if I'm wrong that it would take 4 years worth of what we pay her to train her, then that might change my thoughts on it. It's just I feel like she doesn't know how much time she would commit, and that's maybe a big investment for possibly a part-time employee.
I mean, she's Faye. She doesn't really understand the concept of a 9 to 5, I don't think.
I mean, does that not make it more of a problem, not less, if we're running a business?
She just needs to be explained these things. I mean, Alasa's got it in 6 hours. Couldn't he learn Sylvan in 6 hours and then
You know what? We could
train
hire
her?
both Colossus and Canon. Yeah.
Maybe.
That'd
He says he doesn't know how to be a teacher.
Well,
Not
he's
yet.
26. That's like a 16-year-old for us, right? Well, for humans.
No, it's like a 5-year-old.
Yeah.
5-year-old. Yeah.
Yeah. I
16
just...
would be something in the 80s.
Yeah, so...
I mean, we would be hiring a very
Well,
young
age that
employee.
way?
That's my only concern of Velocys is that even legal? I mean, I guess it's Ravnica, so there probably isn't much in the way of child labor laws, but...
But is the
We need to keep him as far away from Sapar as possible.
legalities?
That could be a bad pairing.
Yeah.
Agreed.
But, anyways,
Very
I mean, I know I've been talking a lot of crap about Amon, but I'll be honest, like, we got Zapar in with 3, so if you 3 want Amon, I'll
She
will
seemed
honor
fun.
that.
Okay, so Zapar, Amon,
I want Kane.
I will also go for Kane.
Actually, probably Colossus would probably be 3rd pick, honestly.
I
Can
think
we
that
all
we should
agree
pick
on
between Colossus
Colossus?
and Kane.
Well, we
Yeah, I
have
think
2
that-
Instead of
slots
trying
left.
to use one to
That's
teach
not-
the other.
Yeah.
Okay. Assuming we hire Colossus, I am going to need to see some, let's just say, proof that he can be trusted to not accidentally let Styx kill him or something like that.
I mean, he was going to leave with the arrow. That's not very good.
He seems a little bit potentially bumbling. And I'm not hearing anybody to disagree with me on that.
No, I'm not
I mean, that's
disagreeing
true.
with
I thought that everybody was, but if not, then okay. I'd like to bring back Phoenix.
you. I would like to
um,
bring Phoenix also.
I know he's not the most personable, but I'm not saying that he'll be like a manager. They will be a manager. Apologies, but I think they would be a real asset to the company and really start making it where we can get more revenue, which I believe expenses are supposed to be going up. So I think now would be a great time to have such a person come in and sort of get those numbers more in our favor.
Ziziva, you would be aware of the new deposit by now.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, but would we listen to it is the thing. I mean, we've been a somewhat willful crowd, you know.
Well, I think having a list of recommendations and going line by line, just we hire him to hear what he has to say or write or whatever.
Okay, well, let's look
They.
at one of the suggestions. Our holding cells in the back. What do y'all think about our inefficient use of holding cells?
I mean, do we need 4 of them?
Yeah, I think we could reduce it down to 1.
Y'all have a lot more than 4 holding cells.
Also, Cathal uses them for storage sometimes, so they're not entirely unused.
Yeah, also, if this is the
Well-
meeting room, having the meeting room have holding cells in it may be not the most pleasant experience for a
Here,
potential
I will
talent.
transition because it's been a while since y'all have seen the...
Second. Yeah. I think that just having
Where'd
like
you post it?
in roll
Alright,
20.
okay.
It's in
Roll 20.
roll
I
20.
think that
Okay.
if we kept like 2 of the cells like kind of not immediately visible in the meeting room. I mean, he has a point. Even just making them into just closets or whatever is probably fair.
So we're looking at maybe Phoenix. How many people like Phoenix?
I think he's a good hire.
Yeah.
Like doesn't.
Yeah, not
necessarily-
like, but think that he would be an asset to the company. Again, I'm not saying you have to be
That's
drinking
fine.
buddies with them, but
They.
them.
Rail, what are your thoughts on Phoenix?
Like I said, I don't think like enters into it. But yes, they could be an asset. That is...
So let's put them on a short
Yeah.
list. Let's try to get down to, we have 2 positions left. Let's try to get down to, say, 3 candidates for the short list. Let's put them on a short list. I don't think we're ready to commit that person is our pick, right?
Mhm.
I'll be frank, I don't relish the idea of just shouting they at you every time y'all are interacting with Phoenix.
So we like Sapar, we like Amon. We're good with those, even though Amon is going to be problematic for some of y'all sometimes, probably. But those are our 2 picks we're good with, right?
Right.
So let's just go
I'm
through the
gonna
rest.
say- I was just going to say, Botas. Botas? How they pronounce their name? I'm just going to say no.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So short list. Let's just go through everyone and say if they make the short list or they don't. Furfar.
No.
And I'm going to say as a maybe for me, but that's just from me. Andres.
No.
No.
Alosis.
Maybe.
And
Sure.
Came.
Maybe.
No.
Sounds like
I still
short
want to
list.
say yes for game. But
Sounds like the
sure.
short list is Phoenix, Alosis, and then because I don't have a pick that I like on there, then I will put Andres back on, and we'll put Came on, and that looks like our short list we're considering.
Who was a yes on Andres?
Me, because I don't like any of the other picks on there, and I get to put at least 1 pick on our short list.
Fair enough. If we do hire Andres, I'm going to keep a close eye on them.
It's just that we already need to make some special considerations for Zapar.
Right, so it should be easy to just add to the memo, right? That's just our consider list. I don't like Phoenix because I feel like no one's going to listen to him anyway, and that's going to frustrate them. No one's going to listen to them, and that's going to frustrate them and make it a harder work environment. And then they'll need to move on after a while after they've looked at the stuff that we're doing.
I just want them to basically, their job is to come in, look at whatever, ask questions, get it answered, make their recommendations, and those recommendations come to us. He's not telling anybody to change anything. He's just making his recommendations in a form and submitting it to it.
And then why not just hire them for like a month to come in and do an overview or something?
I just
And
don't know
give
if
a
that would
special
be
report.
enough time.
Okay.
I would think it would, because he has to learn some things. Like, he has to learn, like, they have to, I'm sorry, why do I'm gonna write them in front of me. I don't know why.
Please do.
I apologize. That is not a conscious effort. I am sorry.
I think it's been more than 4 hours and you're starting to get tired on camera.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm bad about that.
I don't dislike Elysis. I feel like that's going to be a lot of training to get up to speed, though. And
but if he can learn a language in 6 hours, that's not going to be a lot of... And also the fact that if he can do it by himself...
I don't dislike Kame. I feel like we need to know what our investment would be to teach her the skills that we need, because there's not many people that can coordinate and work together with her as is. Although it could be Cathal knows more people on the staff than knows Sylvan. I would not be surprised if Cathal knows Sylvan.
Nor would I.
Fairdeer does. So, so that may be less of a problem than I'm making it out to be.
I'm gonna put an idea here. I think that out of this short list, we either need to hire both Alossus and Kane or Phoenix and Andrus. We need to put those in 2 groups, and I think those are the 2 groups that we should look at.
That's an interesting way of putting it. The innocent
Because-
learners are the fairly jaded, skilled people.
See, that's why I don't want them to be grouped like that. Because I think that they...
So you think one from each group?
Yeah, if it were me, it'd be Phoenix and Alossus. If I had to come down to it.
To put it simply, I don't think we should hire Kane unless we hire Alossus to help with Kane. Or Kane.
I probably agree
that's-
with that.
Do we know
That's
Alossus
what I-
can train Kame? Alossus has said
But
that
do you know
he
that
doesn't
anyone
know
else
how
here
to be
can
a teacher.
train Kane?
Which is
To be
why I
fair,
thought
we couldn't
we
see
should get more
Kane.
input from Cathal.
Yes, another thing about Kame is that we couldn't even see Kame. Nonetheless, like, for a little bit, we could see her as she put up her illusion, but like,
I mean, honestly, having her follow somebody and report back on us, to us.
Or, help follow people for Cathal. Maybe she'd be a great asset for Cathal, who probably speaks Sylvan.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
You're right,
is the
but
fact that she can be
how
invisible.
many
Talk to
questions?
All about that.
How many questions did she ask us during the interview? Like hundreds, right?
Yeah, but
12.
Pixie.
She threw a bunch of questions at us. She's a
And we didn't
pixie,
answer
like
because Fairdeer wasn't translating them
I
no,
tried my best.
or answering them.
no. I get it. See, that's the thing is that you tried your best, and that's with one person translating. The problem is that if she's going to be throwing that amount of info at us, as quick as her like hyper attentive mind is, that it's just going to be a huge struggle to translate that. Even if it's not Faraday, it's going to be someone else. And having her learn a language with that like attention span seems very off-putting. I struggle to learn languages, and I think I have a decent attention span. And if we can't have her learn the language, then there's like no way she's gonna be able to communicate with most of the staff, which means we just wouldn't be able to have much.
I mean,
Interaction.
if I'm just looking at, emotions aside, what would work best for the bottom line, I think it's honestly Phoenix and Alossus.
I
From
would
what's
say if we're
left.
looking at that, I think it's Phoenix and Andrus.
Yeah. What's the big draw for Alossus in your view?
I think it's the fact that he can learn things very quickly, which would make him very versatile, especially in a subject that we may not know a lot about.
I have to say, I
Yeah,
do have a certain sympathy for him needing to get a job young.
Hmm.
I mean,
But-
I think that he's
Kid
definitely a
gloves
wild
on.
card.
yeah.
Agreed on the wild card.
Frankly, I would be up for putting my own pocket money into hiring a losses.
Here,
I-
how about this? Instead of picking 2 people off the list, why don't y'all try and eliminate 1 person from your list?
Game.
Andrus.
Andrus.
Phoenix.
So,
Okay, then we're eliminating Andrus. It's 2 out of 4.
yeah.
Hang on. I thought we were hiring 4 people. Why are we trying to trim it down below 4?
Because we've already picked
Oh
Sapar
no,
and
we
Amon.
already hired Zafar and Amon.
We haven't
Oh, right,
hired,
right, right.
but they're already on the list.
Yeah.
Sorry,
'cause that was
coffee
3 out of
wore
4.
Off a bit. Phoenix or Andrus? Give me one moment.
Sure.
I just. You know what? I'm gonna vote to eliminate Fenix. I'm gonna
Oh,
switch
so
over.
equal for Phoenix and Andres.
Actually, no.
Yeah.
The commission just gets 2 votes.
Oh, since you guys do votes.
Right. Okay. So
Okay,
yeah,
so no Phoenix.
no Fenix.
Okay.
I can't vote. I don't think we can answer Kame's question till we go talk to Cathal.
Fair. So do you want to?
I
I
think
mean-
the person most interested in Kame working for us, i.e. yourself, Rel, should go find out the details needed for getting Kame up to speed, if needed, from Cathal.
Sounds like a good idea. Do you think we can pull Cathal in here? She's probably busy.
Totally doable. I mean, she's your Alfred. She just, if y'all don't have her doing stuff, she keeps herself busy.
Yeah. Let's bring her in for this.
Yes.
So, one of the candidates for a new position has a little bit of an existing language barrier.
Mm-hmm.
How far as you're aware, do you happen to speak Sylvan?
Yes, I speak Sylvan. I think Pan and Noros both speak it as well.
We also haven't voted on Noros yet.
I don't know if Eminestria does or not, though.
I don't actually either.
Alright. Do you have any experience with, wondering if we take her on,
Came
if we might be able to.
specifically. Since we never
Yes.
specified who we're talking about.
Yes, if we take him on, I'm curious if it might be feasible to can't words resolve the language barrier to teach her common
Um,
in a reasonable time frame.
Depends. I mean, if she's smart on her own, a few weeks and a couple hundred. If not, then and she's willing to wear my learning cap, maybe a few weeks and a couple hundred.
And just to specify, that's about what she would make in, say, 2 years of working here, right?
I'd have to check the budget, but I think so.
So it is a considerable expense versus if that was a skill needed. But I mean, you work with the employees more than we do. Is Kame learning common necessary for the daily tasks that would be helped with on your part?
Not really. I mean, the arcane intelligence can probably act as a translator. I can just teach it the language.
Oh yeah.
There's
Wait.
what?
The thing that
What
would yell
arcane
out.
intelligence?
Yeah.
Does it have a name?
Right. That is new.
No,
isn't it?
you haven't named it yet. It just came on this morning, so
We'll probably need more details. Is that like a manual?
I mean, if that's what you want to call them, or it.
I meant like, is there an instruction booklet?
Not really.
Yes, it's written in Sylvan.
So, can the AI translate for us with Kame?
Probably if you ask it to.
Okay, assume that we don't know how this works.
I generally do.
How would we go about doing it?
Just address it and say, hey, translate this, what this thing says. I mean, it's a person, so you talk to it.
Is that a tax dodge?
So in Elven, she'll be like, "Hello AI, could you tell the group in common that I just said this?"
There's a second where nothing happens, and then that kind of lyrical voice that you heard this morning is like, so she says to say that she says this.
Yeah, it was a really well-worded command.
It worked, okay?
It worked.
It did. But alright, so it worked. So how does that affect how we're all thinking about Kame?
I mean, I think that
As far as
being
feasibility?
It all walks
invisible,
off.
I think that being invisible and very small leads itself to advantages in certain situations.
I would agree on that. Ingrid, does that change your thinking, or are you still feeling a strong no?
I'm okay with Kame. I'm just pouty because neither of my top picks are on the list.
Well, I can't get Phoenix, so
Oh, I thought. Wait, isn't Address one of your top picks?
Oh no, I mean on our final list. You're obviously not picking Andres.
Well,
Yeah.
I think I was mixing up Andress and wait, Andress and
Andress is the one with the robes and the hood and the horns.
yes, the one who was talking about. Okay, yes,
And
Andress is the
Bakes.
one I just don't trust them.
I don't either.
Who was your other pick? Furfar, right?
Yeah, I don't know
Which
why
I
everybody's
was
like
okay with
against
her.
her.
I was.
I don't
mean,
think
she-
anyone's against.
I was not
I don't think
against
anyone
her.
else is against her. I'm very strongly against her.
I mean, I'm not like going to fight
Yes,
for her,
but
but I
you're
don't have
getting,
any.
But you're getting Kame as a pick, who is not Kame. Amon as a pick, who is like your
Yeah.
favorite. So your favorite's already on the list. I don't think you should get to mark anyone else off.
What? Is that to me?
No, that's to
me.
him. His favorite's already one of the ones selected. If you're already getting your very favorite pick, I don't think you should be marking people off the list anymore.
I mean, we do want to make sure that these are picks that will have something to offer to the company, not just people that we happen to like.
Yeah.
Y'all are going with Kame and Alice. Just do the voting and make it official.
I could go for Kame and Andress. Well, it's
I can go for Andres too. Actually, I'm.
and Furfur, I meant to say. But
No, I would go for Andres.
sorry. So we have two picks. We have Zephyr. We have Amon. There's 4 people left, and
2
2 slots. I can't do math. So how do we want to vote for or vote against?
Okay, so y'all have completely removed Botus as an option, right?
Basically, yes.
I think
would
so.
Be happy to,
Okay. So y'all keep on bouncing back and forth on whether Fafar is included in the short list or not. Ingrid really wants Fafar on the short list.
I don't have any objection
Well, I mean,
to
it's
it.
less a short list if we added and more every other pick we haven't
Yeah.
eliminated.
Yeah.
Fine. To put it like this, I want a losses too, and I will be willing to pay out of pocket to have a losses be a hiree, even for a short period.
I
If a
mean,
loss isn't hired, I will personally hire him.
we could have him as an intern.
Well,
Fair, fair.
Well,
That's-
That's essentially what
fair
they
enough.
all are.
yeah.
Let's do this elimination style. How does
Okay.
that sound? We'll go to
Okay.
each person. We'll see who votes.
Well, do you want to just put everyone else that's still available back on the list then?
I mean, we already know who's available. Okay. So,
I'm just trying to think if there's a fair way to do this.
There was. We just all picked our favorite, and then we were done. This is complicated.
Yeah.
It is. Not unnecessarily complicated because I'm tired.
So why don't we just do, of that list, who's our number one pick? So, Frizz, of that list, who's your number one pick?
To hire
Yes.
as a group, Phoenix.
Okay. Rail, what's your number one pick?
So Frizz does already have his number one pick selected too.
I do, yes.
Well, let's try to think about who would be best for the company. Rail, who's your number
then
one
why are we
pick?
picking him on again? I thought we were just picking her because she was fun.
Rail, who's your number one pick of that list?
Came.
Okay, okay. I'm gonna go with Phoenix. Ingrid, what's yours?
I'm going to roll for Ingrid, real quick. Apparently, it's Andres.
Yeah, that's yeah.
That's what I've been saying from the start. Why didn't we just all
That's what we've
pick
been
our
saying from the
favorite?
start.
That's what I've been saying since
I love that I have given
4
y'all such,
hours ago.
I love that I have given y'all such a meaningful choice.
Yep.
So, like, no, that's what I said 4 hours ago. Why don't we just all pick our favorite when we're done with all 8? Like, that's what I said 4 hours ago.
That
I mean, if that's
you
what
were
y'all
the
want to
smartest
do.
person 4 hours ago. You're the
Okay,
smartest
so
person now.
I think the main reason that we didn't do that though is because I don't think anyone would pick Zapar as their favorite, but Zapar is a very good hire overall.
So
Yeah.
we want 5 people is what we're saying.
I
mean,
think we want 5 people.
that's
Can you
been
afford to
historical
hire 5
precedent.
Y'all got one more skilled hire.
We do have one more skilled hire if we don't hire Noros, and if these are as unskilled hires, it's only like 4 gold a month, or 5 gold a month.
You know what? Phoenix would be a really good skilled hire.
Yeah, actually. That'd probably be exactly
Really,
what a
you'd
skill.
hiring
upgrade him and
6
pay
people
him
then.
10 times as much because we didn't want to hire him as a regular hire?
Yeah, as a
But keep in
consultant.
mind, with the skilled hires, you can swap them out.
Yeah, the skilled hires are swap
Yeah.
outs.
Yeah. And GM, would that make sense to say, like, we could do some sort of reduction in cost or a increase in revenue if we have Phoenix as a skilled hire?
There is definitely a downtime option that y'all could take.
Okay, I want to point out this way. When we went through and talked to every candidate, Phoenix had the most input, and between both of us, both parties, about how we could do better in the office and how we could refurbish things and have a better running business.
There was that.
Sure, he was annoying. He was annoying, and he had a lot of
Hey.
problems. I think that we should. God damn it! What you?
I'm sorry!
I think they would fit really well as a skilled hire. For temporarily, we should let them know that we want to hire them, and for a time being, like to see how they would work with it. With a very good increased pay, do more specific tasks, and then if they cannot succeed with those tasks, then we still would like to keep them as a hiree. We will put them in a better suited position.
I'm down with that.
Oh, skilled hire. Noros out, Phoenix in. I get anti-poison research.
Yeah, and just for the
Yeah.
record, Noros is not exactly the biggest people person either.
Noros actively hates people.
Yeah, I would also like to mention that, you know what? Phoenix is a Vidalcan too, and Vidalcan have a naturally high skin sensitivity to other, like, toxic chemicals that we can't normally touch as humans.
Yeah, they have
That's
poison
very
resistance.
good.
Okay,
Thank you
so
for that information, Frizz.
Phoenix for our skilled hire, with the understanding that we also, instead of streamlining, go to them for research, and that Ingrid will bring up her research topic.
Sure.
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, so then that leaves us 4 spots and 6 remaining people. But if we're picking Amon and Zapar, then we kind of just pick.
No, I do want to ask,
there.
Faradir, was Phoenix your favorite pick in general?
I mean, probably it would be either Phoenix or Zafar. Those two are kind of
Okay, so
tied to
then-
me.
Zapar
Either
is
way we
kind of
hire
your
you, that's your
favorite.
favorite pick.
You're getting 2 favorites.
Okay.
So
I mean, I would say that Phoenix is one of my favorites too. Not as a, people person, but as a good pick.
Yeah.
Amon would be my favorite, so we both had those 2 half favorites then, to be fair.
Don't forget, you also have Reeve as a skilled hire still.
yeah, but we get 2 with Acquisitions Inc. at this level.
Reeve
Wait,
should still be our skilled
Reeve
hire.
hasn't done anything for us in a while.
Do you want to kick out Reeve?
Let's face it, we have 4 paid hires. We're gonna have 5 people that we pay. This is historical precedent. This is us. This
You
is
mean-
Second Sight Agency.
Well, don't forget Arasa and and Pan and Daldra.
Yes, we have
Yeah,
always
8.
hired
The
one
70,000
more
goblins.
than we should have. We have
Y'all
always done
currently have
this.
40 goblins working for y'all as your crew.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that if we have to hire 5, there's precedent for this. We've done that before.
Yeah.
Fair,
So,
but I didn't
came
want
for
to
you?
have it.
Well,
Kame
Kame
is
for
your
me,
pick?
yeah.
Yeah, I'll second
think we
Kane.
should have Andres here because my thought is this. It is not a spotlight we're seeking, it's a spotlight we're getting. So I feel like he has a bit of a point there.
yeah. No, I agree.
So if we got Kane,
So just to make sure, yeah, Zapar, Amon, Andrus, Kame, and then skilled hire Phoenix.
and then Alossus as the bonus hire. Because we
Alossus
always
as
have
my
a bonus
personal
hire.
Hire.
No, not a personal
I will
hire,
be paying
bonus
out of pocket.
hire. Paid by the company, just like Reeve was, just like
Bye by the company.
we've done. Like
Bonus
I know you
hire,
weren't
but-
here,
You know,
but we've
Frizz
always
can
had a
hire
bonus
someone
hire.
personally if he wishes to. You cannot tell Frizz he cannot hire someone personally.
That's fair.
Would we like to have him as an extra hire, or would we like to have him as a personal hire? Because I will do either or. Just saves me money if we have him as an extra hire.
I think we have him as an extra hire, just as an intern. I mean, he needs a
Yeah,
job. I mean,
intern.
if we even just threw, like, 5 silver at him instead of a gold or whatever.
Okay, so normally
You'll
a
be really
skilled
beneficial.
hire earns 2 silver a day, so it would run us about 5 gold for a month. So a gold, maybe 2 from each person's pocket.
That's
Okay.
fair. Just take it out of the share.
That's fair. Well, I think it'd be a really good idea also. I think that Alossus should work under Phoenix. I think that can explain why Phoenix is a higher pay too. Just kind of a shadow.
I think Alossus could
Huh.
help Phoenix learn, because he's clearly good at, like... okay, so out of character, what Phoenix is exactly what I studied in college. It's like, I don't understand engineering, but I can come in and understand enough to learn how to... So that's the thing is that, like, that's the sort of relationship I have in my head, is Alossus learns, like, the actual, like, engineering, the thermodynamics, the mechanical engineering, whatever, and then Phoenix is the one who is like, okay, here's how we make that into a process.
So here's the thing: the skilled hires are more ours for the skills we need, and the regular hires are a little bit more Cathal's in a way. So that will keep Alice a little more, say, under our umbrella, though we can see anyone here. I mean, we do have Reeve also if anyone needs extra watching and our attention. we could also, pair people up. Though I think we like having Reef where we can just dip in and be like, hey, do you want to go with us? We're going somewhere we probably shouldn't, and we could use some extra backup. I think we like having Reef for that.
Yeah. I just kind
You
of think
kind of have
No, I
Reeve
definitely
on
think
retainer as a backup healer at this point.
Yeah, he's basically a consultant, which is kind of the way I think of Phoenix, honestly. I think skilled hire is a lot more.
He does props and building and support and stuff, so if there's anything we really need Reeve to coordinate, it's not like he can't do other things than just go with us occasionally.
Like, go see Devotion.
I
And make
mean,
certain inquiries.
I suppose he could run messages if we needed to, though I think this certain inquiry that we're coming up on is something we're going to need to be present for. Though if you don't go, Faraday, I suppose I won't bother you too much about that.
Okay, so as we are getting on near 5 hours and I really need to go to the restroom, the 4 hires are Aman, Zapar, Cam, and Andrus. You are hiring as a skilled hire Phoenix, and y'all are paying out of pocket for Alice's. Yes?
Yes.
Yes, and Norris is
Yeah.
going to do research somewhere else for a bit, but we'll keep his contact information in case we need him back.
Cool. I did not
So what is
expect
the-
y'all to have such difficulty over these 8 random NPCs I created. I am very flattered.
Yeah.
You made
thank
them
you.
all interesting.
Now,
Yeah.
I
Interesting.
think we mentioned
Not all
So-
good, but all interesting.
Phoenix is the skilled hire at 2 silver a month, right? Or
2 gold a day.
2 gold a day. Okay, so 2 gold a day. And how much is a loss is this rate?
2
5
silver.
gold a month.
5 gold a month. So okay, going to be
It's the equivalent of paying him like $7.50 an hour.
yeah.
So Phoenix will make a lot more, but we can trade Phoenix out for other people that we want in as experts.
Also, it's reporting directly to us, and we don't have the him annoying people issue.
Yeah.
Which
It's like
I think
35
is...
gold pieces a month. And
Yeah, but that just means
does
that
Phoenix's
within...
pay
Sorry.
does Phoenix's pay go out of the like our pocket or of the company funds?
It's company stuff. So it's just using the different skilled hire mechanics where we can trade people out, and then we'll probably need to actually figure out what skills he has officially character sheet wise if he's a skilled hire, so that we can work that out, if any. Because if he doesn't have any, then that might be someone that we only keep short for a short amount of time, and we pick someone else like when we need armor or when we need magical items made, which Noros could have helped with and Phoenix can't. So
Yeah.
this swap does mean certain things like Noros is definitely a skilled hire. He can do things like history searches, he can make magic items, he can do research for us in off time, and we don't really know Phoenix's skill set other than assessment. So it might be something
Perfection.
where Phoenix is not long term a good selection for us.
I mean,
But
possibly.
Fair
he
enough.
can make 2 gold a day for a few days, and a raise definitely of what he was expecting, and do some company optimization maybe.
Yeah.
I will go ahead and also take out the 5 gold pieces for my personal for all losses.
Okay, I'll make a note on that.
Alright. Yeah, folks, I
Also,
don't know about
we
y'all,
don't
but-
know. Also, up until this point, the 27th from the 17th, so 11 days, we were paying Noros out of pocket, so that's 22 gold out of company funds, just as a note.
As as a note, you all get a tiny invisible hug on your arm as y'all finish your hiring process.
Okay, would I have been able... If that's came, it's been less... Has it been less than 3 hours? It's been more than 3 hours.
It's been close to 4 hours at this point that y'all have been doing this. It's getting close to noon.
See? I'm sorry, but that's marketable skills right there.
Yep.
And Farrier, you two make me a wisdom saving throw. Hold on.
15.
So with the amount going up, do we just roll for the normal amount for this month at the end of the month in like 3 days and then we swap?
Yes. Sorry, I'm trying to look something up. Because I closed my notes down. Oh yeah, wisdom saving throw. What did you roll again?
15.
Cool. Farrier turns into a dog.
Why?
Dang, all our company hirees really either like you or hate you.
K sniffs you, you sniff K, and then you turn back.
What the hell was that?
Huh.
Once per day.
I turn into a dog once per day?
No.
That's like polymorph.
Okay. Can I
We
put
could
us
just
on the
attack you and you
ending
would have
scene?
went back.
I'm gonna put us on the ending scene unless there's any objections.
Oh yeah.
I need to head out.
No, we are
Yeah.
done. Like, good God.
We're an
Thank
hour
you
over.
all for sticking around an hour while we debated, while they debated who to hire and who not to. That was some great role playing. I had a bunch of fun. The background music that I haven't heard in several hours was provided by Sirenscape. I don't know if y'all been hearing it. I will find out when I download this episode and do get around to doing the upload for it. Good God, I am way behind on these.
It's okay.
All right. Well, I'm going to go to the bathroom, grab a sandwich, and take a nap, and then school and game and life.
Yeah. I'm gonna go
Okay,
prepare
bye everybody.
the whole session in 2 hours. I think I have most of it.
Meryl,
I'll see you
say the
again
line.
soon. I'll be glad to be back
Get
to my
in.
druid. I think my my fighter was not suiting me that well in that one shot.
Yeah,
shot.
fair. Yeah, I
And-
go with my bard.
I'm not going to say anything about. I am happy when someone tries DMing. It is
Yeah.
always good, and every step forward is a step forward.
Yeah.
That said, this is over. I'm going to the bathroom, and I'm getting some breakfast food that's not just a sandwich.
And next time we get to start figuring out how problematic our hires are.
Meryl, say the
no,
line.
that's not what's going to happen.
Oh, there's definitely some other stuff too.
Oh yeah, Ingrid has some information to give y'all.
I do.
Ingrid was the imposter the
Oh.
whole
Yeah,
time.
Fun.
I sent you a message with the update of what happened, or a general idea of what happened.
I saw Freeze vent.
I have no idea where that would have come from.
Oh, the funding?
Yeah.
You don't, or Ingrid doesn't?
I don't know what we're talking about.
Ingrid has some news to give the team, and I have an explanation to give my wife. Good night.
Alright.
Okay,
Bye.
good night.